Stream is live. There we go. PGA Championship preview and a little recap of the Truist. Do you want to talk about the Myrtle Beach Classic also?
I think that's like almost more exciting to talk about.
Okay. So should we?
I'm joking.
Should we just capture the Truist first and then get into Myrtle Beach and then do the preview?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's do it, baby.
Christopher Wrighton wins. He got in, I think, was he the first, like after, who was it that withdrew? Because Wrighton got in right after that withdrawal, right? Oh, yeah, Jake Knapp.
Christopher Wrighton is, I have a lot of Christopher Wrighton in fantasy. I was chatting to you about this before.
Yep.
And he won the Sudal Open last year in 2025. He finished second. He won fourth, third, fifth. So he's got 7 top 5s on the DP World Tour last year. This guy's a baller. You know, he's a baller. He won the Nedbank as well in South Africa. So that's why he kind of was on all of my teams, because it was super recency bias, but also he's a very good golfer. So it's no surprise to see him coming through. And his golf game is perfect for this golf course. He drove that thing on a fucking rope, Dobbo. Like, he hit a seed down 18. He was just ripping drives on 16 that par 5, no 15 the par 5. They showed his shot today, the beautiful pink. Shout out to all the mothers out there. Happy Mother's Day. They showed the little pink flight tracer. It landed. You know where the red circle is, where the ball lands?
Yeah.
All 4 of his drives on the 15th hole landed in that circle. Like, his circle where it landed was his shot dispersion.
Wow.
I took actually a screenshot of it. Look at this, dude. I'll pull it up quickly for us. It was insane to see.
I mean, I just pulled up his stats on my website, and his off the tee stats are tremendous. Like half a stroke.
Look at this.
That's awesome.
This was the one that I lied. One was out of the bubble, but you know, like, you know what I'm saying? This is insane. So I saw that and I had to take a snapshot as it was coming in the air, because that is just such a comfortable tee shot for him, you know. And then we see some of the guys that can't hit the fades around this. They're trying to hit a draw. I feel like this tee shot is so much more uncomfortable for like Rory and Xander and them, because the miss is where their ball's going, right? What would you hit off this tee box?
Which hole was this?
This is 15 at so there's 16 green. Here's 15 tee box over here. The par 5.
I mean, I'm always aggressive, so I'm always hitting driver, always.
Yeah, but what, like a fade?
Oh,
or a draw?
Yeah. So quickly, I'll say this. When I first started doing all this golf stuff, I was a firm believer working with the contours of the golf course. So like this hole, I would say you'd want to hit a draw, start it on the right side and hit a draw. And that has a lot to do with, if you hit a draw into the water, you're going to be able to drop further up
there. Yeah.
If you have complete control of your golf ball, Byron, I would hit a fade off of that tee box.
Yeah.
But I don't think my first instinct, like if I was going up there and I was in contention, I'm probably not hitting a fade. I'm going to hit a draw. And if I block it out to the right, so be it. But like, I'm going to try to hit my little 5-10 yard, draw.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think that's his stock shot, is that little fade anyway. So I think
it's a good looking fade. Holy crap.
He hits a heavy golf ball, because his ball speed was like 180, 178, and he was getting his ball like into the bunker on the drivable par 4, things like that. So he hits like a heavy golf ball, and it's really fun to watch him play. So congrats to him. He's also like one of the worst things for golf, because he's fucking boring, man. Like, his interview afterwards was like, you would not know he just won $3.6 million. Like, he just won $3.6 million, and so be it. Like, life goes on for him, and just chatting to Amanda Balionis, all good. So shout out to Christopher Wrighton.
I was on the road, so I didn't get to watch anything, and like I just got back hanging out with my mom up in my hometown. So I was driving. It's a 3.5 hour drive. So I left at like 3:30. I didn't even see really who was winning. Like I'd pull my phone out every once in a while and take a look.
What do you listen to?
Well, here's the thing. My car, for whatever reason, has had issues with the radio cutting out.
Okay.
And anytime I bring it to the mechanic, if the radio is working, they can't do anything about it. They have to wait for the radio to not work. I've brought it in twice, and right when I get there, radio works. And it's like, well, okay, I can't get it fixed. So this 3.5 hour car drive, I didn't have a radio. So I actually listened to you and Kenny's podcast just to see, what you guys were talking about. So I had the phone on and using up all my data and whatever, like
it's good, baby.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you. I appreciate it. I hope you hit the like and subscribe.
Yeah. Oh, well, I did.
When you subscribed.
I was driving.
Also drive responsibly. Yeah. Hitting a fade.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I usually listen to PJ Tour radio. And I would have loved to have listened to when he won, and then because you get to hear the the interview afterwards, and it's usually with different people than on the broadcast. So you might get a whole different conversation, and it would have been good to hear. But you saying that he's boring kind of just sounds like a typical Norwegian, honestly.
Yeah. No, and the more his beard has grown, the better he's got this year. So he needs to keep. When he went babyface, things didn't work out for him. Very nice stuff. Also, shout out BJ Tour Radio. I was fetching a pizza, a $28 pizza here in Iowa for just a large, but it was probably one of the best pizzas I've ever had. Anyway,
you know what? We have a pizza chain called Pizza Luce here. I don't know if you guys have it in Des Moines.
I haven't seen
it. But it's like $30 large pizzas, and I would always recommend
but
Pizza
worth
Luce.
it. Yeah. So as I'm pulling in there, Wrighton makes that 10-footer. He makes a 10-footer on the 16th hole for a par, after a tough up and down from the bunker. And he says, well, if he keeps making those, they're going to be writing his name on the trophy. Like it was such a good line. It was such a good line because it wasn't like super forced, but it was such a good pun that I don't think most of the people knew what he was saying because it was a banger. So the PGA Tour radio is just so good. Those guys are top class. Ricky Fowler is on the leaderboard here. I mean, he made bogey on 18 in the most classic Ricky fashion. He drove a piss missile down the middle, 320, missed the green, almost hit it in the water, didn't, chunked the chip to 10 feet, missed the putt, and finished T2. But it wouldn't really have mattered because Wrighton was just nails. Once he got to the back nine, he was absolute nails. So I don't think anyone would have caught him. Cam Young, solid. Look at this, Eric.
I got to see some of that.
This is insane. This looks like Rory McIlroy at the Open Championship type of thing, except for the 4-putt and the opening hole. He 4-putt from I think 13 feet or something like that. So I don't know what he was doing. And I was thinking, his actual profile of his game, his iron play is not necessarily there as much as you'd like it to be for him currently being the best golfer in the world. And under the gun, you need to have good ball striking, man, because when your putter this is a little excessive, but let's just pretend he lost one stroke putting,
right.
It's he still shoots a 70, but I think 70 gets him to 13th, which is second. He lost 5.5 strokes putting today, dude.
He had a decent eagle putt on 7 that he left woefully short. I think he left himself with a 10-foot putt for birdie and then missed that. That's game is or golf is a game of rhythm, and that 4-putt on 2 probably set the rhythm for the rest of the round.
Because I'm sorry, but he was blacked out at that point, I think, for a second.
It's very Yeah. I don't think a birdie will ever mitigate. There's certain things that happen on a golf course. If you 3-putt, that will stick with you forever. A 4-putt for sure will, So I mean, if you 3-putt, I'm sure you're probably putting defensively, moving forward. with your round of golf. A 4-putt is like, we're never doing that again, so let's never 4-putt. And it gets you to be a bit tentative. Getting a snowman is another one of those that's just like,
debilitating.
How do you come back from that? An 8 on a scorecard, even if it's a par 5 where it's like, oh, that's only a triple bogey, still looks really bad. And that's like, those are things that you really don't come back from. And so that 4-putt he had on 2 kind of sealed his fate, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I have a question for you, Dalbert. Did you see my post about Rory?
I heard you talk about his Saturday scaries.
Yeah. Like, I used your tool, Sweet Spot DFS, to pull up Rory's stuff because he's just like not doing it on Saturdays now. The last time he gained strokes putting was the Open Championship. Or the last time I think the last time he gained strokes putting on Saturday was the Open Championship. I don't know what the deal is, but he just, I mean, he was fine ball striking. He gained ball striking and just chipped and putted his way out of the tournament. It's kind of absurd what he got up to on Saturday. I don't think, I had him one and done, and Jesus, if he just shoots a 69 here today, he gets to T5, which was an acceptable finish. But, kind of interesting to note, because if you take a look at Rory's stuff, did you pull it up?
I mean, I have my website up, but you check to see if does it take forever for you to load my website?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Only to start with. But it was really interesting, man.
Which one do you want me to look at? The round by round stats or?
Yeah.
Or the strokes gain stats? Because that's the tool. That's the page you had opened up.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't care which one. We can go round by round and look at Rory.
No, there we go. Yeah. I'll hit the one.
Let's go round 3.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah. Look at that. Actually, here's a better way to do this. We can go like this. You can see his putting is 0.411 strokes with all rounds included. But if you just select round 3, it goes to negative 0.126. And this is all within a year's worth of time. So I could move this a little bit,
Just go to like the start of 2025 because...
The start of 2025?
Yeah. Then you can see like what's going on with him. It's kind of crazy. Like the putting gets even worse.
Oh, yeah. Minus
like
0.248. And his putting actually gets better.
Yeah.
It was like 4.11 for all 4 rounds, for each event.
So what do you think is the situation? Like, I was having this back and forth with Josh Culp on Twitter because he lives in the other town in Iowa. Yeah. And he was trying to nitpick. Well, if you go back 50 rounds with Rory, he's actually got the best round 3 strokes gain in the field. I was like, well, was Rory watching the people land on the moon when he was gaining those strokes in round 3? Because 50 round 3s is like 5 years ago, for Rory McIlroy. So I'm curious, man. Like, what is it about, just because everything else there is like he's basically averaging you know what I'm saying? Like, what is the deal?
Well, here we go.
What causes this?
This is another tool that I have that I think you could use, the position after. This allows you to see what their position after round 2 was, and that's kind of what as soon as you brought that up, I was like, well, is he playing ahead or is he playing from behind? Because if he's playing from behind and he's trying to push the envelope, maybe he's aggressive with his putts, and that's why he's not making his putts. If he's on the opposite side where he's ahead, perhaps he gets complacent,
tentative,
or complacent.
But he lost strokes in the Masters as well when he won it this year as well, which is insane.
I mean, he's playing from ahead, dude. This is his position after round 2: first, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, ninth, 11th, 12th, 13th, 17th, and then there's this jump to 31, 33, 45, 51, 62. These are all made cuts. He has 1 missed cut. And so he only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tournaments where he's going into Saturday kind of behind
outside the top 20. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, he's barely ever outside the top 20 going into Saturday, and then he kind of just gets stuck in neutral, it
So I'm
seems.
just gonna say it's complacency is what it seems like. I mean, his positions. One of those interesting things is like we can see after Saturday what position was he in. So round 2 position after this is what happened after Friday. What position is he in after Friday? And then it's like what position was he in after Saturday? And then you would just use the finish over here to see how he finished, the tournament. And what I'd be looking at is this number being less than this number. That means he performed worse, obviously. For Saturday, going into Saturday or after his round Saturday. So it's kind of a hodgepodge of results because he's improving on some of these. He's getting a little worse on some of these.
But what I'm trying to get at you is like Rory, he averages like 2.25 strokes per round. Like round 1, round 2, round 2, he was 2.4 strokes. And what did he do today? In round 2, he went flying up the leaderboard. So I am so fascinated by this because there are trends like this, right? Like it makes tons of sense that some guys just want to make the cut. But like for Rory, I feel like that's not really even on his mind because this wasn't even a made cut event anyway, So is it just ingrained into his like rhythm? But also he hasn't typically been like this the whole time. It's just more recently that this is the case. It's been over a year, Darbo, since he's gained over 3 strokes on the field, I think. Or 5 strokes, on the field.
And I know what you're saying with putting. I'm trying to kind of like, encompass like what could be a cause of bad putting. And in my head, the first thing that came about was the whole either it's complacency or he's too aggressive. One of the two things. That's kind of my thought process. If you look at his Friday or Friday to Saturday round or his positions, it's kind of nuts. Like his Friday round, like everything is almost an improvement. So it looks like he goes nuclear Friday. So here's another thing I'm going to add to this. Every time that I've ever analyzed performances from golfers, strokes gained stats or otherwise, whatever stats I'm looking at, like round under 70 bonus is one of those things to incorporate into your DFS strategies and whatever. Every single week, it seems like only a handful of people can get 4 rounds under 70 of the entire tournament, including the best golfers in the world. So what I'm getting at with all this is there tends to be one round that is just kind of a lackluster round. Now, maybe it's a coincidence with Rory that it's Saturday. It looks like his Friday rounds are just freakish. Like his round 2 stats seem to be impeccable. If we go round by round, 0.242. Look at like I'm saying, Friday, 1.38 strokes Friday that he's gaining. Round 1 was 0.242. We just saw round 2 was 1.38. Round 3 is what you just, we're going over. It's negative. And then round 4 is positive. So it looks like his average is like 0.2, except for Friday he goes nuclear, and then Saturday he cools off.
Gives it all back. Yeah. It's almost like he needs to play with 3-wood on Friday to like govern how low he can go. So that on Saturday he's not like, it's almost like he goes into the bar with way too much momentum and like falls over his feet. Like I don't know what the deal is. It's fascinating.
I think it has some. You tell me differently for your game of golf. For me, if I play lights out one day and I go to the next day with that expectation of going lights out, the first few holes or maybe the first 6 holes, if I'm not at a third of what I was from the day before, I'm kind of frustrated, and maybe then you start pushing the envelope. We don't have strokes gain eyeballs on Rory's actual putting performances on Saturdays. We just have the statistics to look at to note that, he's a bad putter, on Saturdays. But I don't know why, Byron. this is all speculation, obviously, between you and I. My guess is he's just nuclear on Fridays. And there's going to be a cool-off period, and it just ends up being that very next day.
It's really weird. And then something else I noticed with Rory, because, I do a lot of Showdown, and this is spike rounds. So your 25th best round in the last 100, 75th percentile round.
Mm-hmm.
And Cam Young, 4.6, Xander Schauffele, 4.4. Like, his 25th best round over the last 100, Xander's gaining 4.4 strokes on the field. Rory's 25th best round of his last 100 is gaining as many rounds as Tommy Fleetwood, Bobby Mack, Matt Fitzpatrick, Sam Burns. Like, he doesn't have like nuclear, like not nuclear, but like really high spike rounds often anymore, which he's like playing consistently good golf to kind of win these tournaments. Like, he's not nuking. Like, Cam Young's gaining more than his 25th best round is a stroke better than Rory McIlroy's.
Yeah.
And Rory's, I guess he's a little inconsistent and things like that, but it's also just really fascinating because do you really want to play Rory in Showdown when he's the most expensive guy, but he's not spiking for you? Now, Rory can go back and forth making birdie, bogey, birdie, bogey, birdie like he does, but or he can just go out there in round one and make one fucking birdie the whole day.
Yeah.
And 17 pars. I knew the moment he did that my one and done was toast. On the third hole or fourth hole, I was watching the rerun, and the announcer said, "Do you think, okay, Rory McIlroy for his first birdie of the day on the fourth hole?" And I was just like, "Oh boy, buddy, have you got something in store for you today? Because you're going to be saying for his first birdie of the day for the next 13 holes." It's like insane to think about as well. So just a weird week for Rory. Weird week.
Yeah. That is,
but I'm in on Rory for this week, man.
It's really interesting. That the good point out with the Saturday putting. I mean, I just kind of cycled through as you were talking about the spike rounds for him. I was kind of cycled through rounds 1, 2, and 3, and I'll just show you. So you can pay attention to strokes gained total. I was first looking at ball striking, so off the tee with approach. Just combining these numbers and just seeing what it looks like because. Me with strokes gained stats, I'm kind of dubious. If he has a bad putting round, is it because he had a good approach, or a good ball striking? But look, so 1.9 in round 1 for strokes gained total. In round 2, this is those Friday rounds, 2.5. And then look at his ball striking is 0.9. Actually, that equals 1. That's 1, and that's when his strokes gained putting is the best. But again, I mean, strokes gained total is just insane. Then if you look at round 3, 0.8 is still pretty good for ball striking.
No short
putting
game
is obviously bad, but look at strokes gained total. It's just a 1. And then we go
Sunday's his best.
Round 2 is his best. But round 4, like that's still 1.1 or 1 point, pretty much almost 1.2 strokes ball striking with positive putting. Strokes gained total is 1.684. You combine them, so round 2 is his best. His best performances are in round 2. Then it's round 1. Then it's round 4. And then it's round 3.
Now, if you change select date to start at May 1st, 2025, I'm curious. Click on round 4 first. Because I've got him. Maybe I've got DP World Tour stuff in my data as well. Because
1.9. I mean, it's better than round 1 so far. Round 4 is now better than round 1, but round 2 still takes the cake.
Yeah, it's regardless. He always bounces back after a shitty Saturday because he's like playing with house money types thing because he's so far behind.
Round 3 now, he went from a stroke on tee to green to 0.225. Or 0.255. It's even worse.
Yeah. It's interesting, man. It's very interesting.
Shoot, so I think you can. If I'm doing showdown stuff, I'm taking him Fridays.
Take him Friday, take him Sunday. And then you just fade him. Take his over on Saturday. So I don't know. I was too scared to do it though because it was Quail Hollow. So I was just like scared to pull the trigger on that because I felt like course history was going to outdo like the the history of the
Yeah.
pattern, but it turns out that Saturday's got hits the immovable force. It stopped the unstoppable object, which was Rory around Quail. So T19, we'll see what happens. So anything, let's get to one flight.
Sure. Yeah. Brent Snedeker won.
Brand Snedeker won.
I was rooting for Mark Hubbard to get his first victory.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't watch anything. I didn't listen to anything. So I don't really have a good recap. I just was watching the leaderboard. And I saw Mark Hubbard was leading with, I don't know how many holes left, like 8 or 7 holes left or something like that. And I'm like, oh, good God, please get it done. Then only to see Brent Snedeker come back and win, or not so much come back, but like march up the leaderboard. Did you shoot 7 under today, Snedeker? Or no, 5 under.
5. But hubby looks like he 3-jacked 16.
Dude, you can't do that, Hubbard. That to me is just choke. That's a choke job.
Yeah, no, he's a choke jobber. He is, because I've been on him I was on him at the Sanderson Farms a couple years ago, and I knew exactly what was coming up, today. But still, solid performance. He outdid Aaron Rye. He outdid Cam Young today. And the thing is, he lost 2 strokes on approach today, and for the tournament he gained 1.7. So that just tells me choke job city. This is what he does, But shout out to Sneds. Bogeyed the last hole to win by 1, and he now has status through his 47th year on this planet. Old. He's going to have status. He now returns to majors. Shout out Rob Bolton. I read his article right before this. He's going back to the first major in 2021, since 2021. And that was the Open Championship. And I don't think he's played the PGA Championship in like 7 years either. So congrats to him.
Yeah.
It shows you just these alternate events are they're life-changing for some people. And it's life-changing for a guy that's going to be on the seniors tour in 3 years' time, which is so funny to speak of. No, 5 years' time.
Yeah.
Brand looks like he's 70. They tweeted
the short haircut is no good. Like,
no,
sorry if you're balding, bud, but that's
look what they did to our guy. They turned him into like Deadpool.
Yes.
Look at this reply this guy sent me.
That's good, dude.
This is hilarious. It was like,
oh, that is so good. Good.
How do you do this?
I mean, those are okay. That looks like, well, those are age spots on him, and that has a lot to do with, I mean, that just happens to old people
being out in the sun, but
being out in the sun without sunscreen, which,
look, man,
he needed SPF 150.
He needs, I don't know what he needs, but insane to see some other names on the leaderboard before we let's get out of here at half an hour. Tom Kim, small hands.
Yeah.
Doing his thing. Blades Brown.
Man,
Brooks.
I had such a good lineup. I had 2 guys miss the cut. I did one lineup. I had 2 guys miss the cut, but I had Blades Brown in it. I had one of those. I had Aaron Rye, and I had Tom Kim. I had those 3. Yeah. But then, of course, again, I had 2 missed cuts. Max McGreevy. Somebody in my chat asked me if I could do a one and done. Who would I pick? And I was like, well, my first feeling was Max McGreevy, but I don't know how he really plays here. Let's go with Aaron Rye. And then I was looking up Max McGreevy as I was saying that, and then I saw really good stats for Max McGreevy as I was doing that. I'm like, no, I changed my mind. I'm gonna go with my first gut instinct was Max McGreevy. So I mean, Aaron Rye was the other choice that I was thinking.
Nice. Unlucky.
Yeah.
Which was what Brooks was on the greens. Now this is interesting because he hit 16 greens today and just couldn't make anything, which is insane also, but also not surprising whatsoever. Missed 1 green, a 9, and bogeyed only one of the 2 greens he missed and made 2 birdies the whole day. So that's major golf that wins major tournaments. It's not going to help you win the Myrtle Beach Classic. And I think in round 3 he putted lights out, and then
look at that stretch of 5 holes.
Yeah,
7 of
made a bomb, like the floodgates opened on made this putt, and then boom, look at that confidence just shows up, right? And then on makes a birdie putt on the first hole, and we think, oh, we're back, baby, and then it's just micro bleeding. He bled out the entire way in.
Yeah,
like didn't lose a lot apart from this one he kind of should have made, or that one he should have made, or that one he should have made. But
tough not getting a birdie on 13.
Yeah, exactly. You're losing half a stroke to the field when you're making 2. But one par 5 each, par both of them, and you lose a full stroke to the field, man. That's the PGA Tour. Let's transition right into. Is there anything else you want to chat about, Myrtle? Or do you want to chat like right into Brooksy at freaking PGA Championship?
Well, yeah, I don't really have anything to add that much to this. It's good to see that leaderboard. For those like B tier golfers and C tier golfers like Aaron Rai, Tom Kim, especially Tom Kim, who's just been playing awful like the last 2 years. Good to see inside the top 10. Good for him. Seabez, same thing. Eric Cole. These are golfers in this field that you would expect to play well. Yeah, and Blades Brown is just one of those. I watched him on YouTube Golf a couple times. I think he was with Bryson one time, and I think he was with Jason Day another time. They talk about how he's got an older brain than what his age is, and how like smart and wise he is. And he's just extremely like, if you want someone to make birdies in bunches, Blades Brown is your guy.
Think about, dude, I was so horny when I was 18. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was not playing PGA Tour level golf like Blades Brown kind of thing. There was never a chance that was ever going to happen, even if I was like one of the best golfers in the world.
That's funny.
What he's doing is insane, man.
Yeah.
I think he's only going to get better and better.
Anytime I see him, like, that's why I put him in my one solo lineup this week. It was like, why wouldn't I play Blades Brown? Like, the kid's a stud.
I had a Casey Jarvis outright that was looking good at one point after, I guess whatever. Yeah, round 1 looked good. But Neil Shipley, good to see him doing better things, still doing the same bullshit with the putter, looks like.
I've never been a fan of Neil Shipley.
I love Neil Shipley. He's a weirdo. He loves Waffle House, and I love Waffle House too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jackson's Subaru was up there. Okay. We can move on.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, before we actually get into the PGA Championship, we want to do some housekeeping things. Like, I know you said you're running. I saw it on X that you're running giveaways and whatever. I have a giveaway that I wouldn't mind plugging if you don't mind.
Let's go, man. I will be doing a giveaway at the top of the hour, every hour. So as long as you guys keep the chat popping hard and you keep me and Darby here for another 6 hours like we did for the Masters, there will be 6 giveaways. And the tighter I get, the more I'll probably be giving away. I'm just kidding. We are not going to go that long this time around.
I was going to say, Byron, know there are people in both of our chats that will keep us for 6 hours. Anyways, all right. So as I always do with major championships, win the pot giveaway. I started at $20, and for every one new subscriber that comes to my channel, I add $2 to the pot. If you want entries into these giveaways, you just got to participate on my channel. The one way to participate really is commenting on any of the YouTube videos after they, if this is a live stream between you and I. Once we hit end stream, it will then get published to YouTube and it'll be on replay. Go down to the comment section of that video and just leave your winner. Who you like this week, who is going to be in your DFS lineups, who's going to be your bet, just something simple. It doesn't have to be complex. Just give me something. That's how you get an entry. I'm probably posting. So far we're a video a day, and that's what I kind of plan to do. It's going to be a video a day all the way up until Tuesday when I run this giveaway at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'll be going live and I will run the Win the Pot giveaway. So
let's go.
Again, The more subscribers get added to it, the more money gets added to the pot. And then one of you lucky people out there are going to win. The Masters got to $70. 70.
Nice.
I'm sure you could do some things with $70.
That's some people. That's close to my weekly classic bankroll. So, a free week of DFS, courtesy of just hitting the subscribe button on Sweet Spot DFS, and if you are not a member of Back Nine Bets, you won't be getting the Model Maniac Patreon giveaway either. So be sure to, or if you're not a member of Sweet Spot DFS YouTube, you don't get the sub. You have to be a subscriber to both.
Yeah.
And then I will be courtesy giving away at the top of the hour. So make sure you guys are smashing the buttons. Go check out Back Nine Bets YouTube. Go check out Sweet Spot YouTube if you are watching the other. And then just hit the like for us. Help us out a little bit. It's PGA Championship week. We're trying to get some eyeballs out there. So we'd appreciate you guys' love in that department. And we'll see you guys in the rest of the streams. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, goodbye. Just kidding.
And everything else, or to add one last piece, 25 likes on any of my videos, I will give out 5 YouTube memberships. And if you're like, well, what entails with that? Well, you get a little fancy badge next to your name. And whenever I do members only videos, which I do every Wednesday night, I stream for just members on YouTube. That's when I get into the nitty gritty of the things that I've learned. One extra day is huge, Byron. You get one extra day of research. You're going to learn new things. You'll learn updates of golfers. You'll hear other content that either sticks with you or it's just like, whatever. You can share that with, your viewers, your subscribers, your members. So, I think last week on this last Wednesday, I was talking up both Harry Hall and Matt McCarty. And actually in our preview video, Byron, the reason I mentioned this is when we were looking at lead-in stats, we were seeing somebody in the 7K range every single time popping up inside the top 10 of these leaderboards. And their one skill set was they were short game savants. Yeah. So it's like, well, Matt McCarty was $7,000 and Harry Hall was $7,200. Harry Hall finished top 5, didn't he?
He did not, because I want to mention that Harry Hall now has not finished top 5 since the 2024 Charles Schwab, but he's just rattling off top 10s like a son of a gun. It's insane. It's truly insane what Harry Hall's getting up to. But
at that price tag, he scored 84 points. I don't know what that looks like in the grand scheme of things. That's only 1 point behind Ludwig Oberg. He's probably going to help you win some money. So,
yeah, it's insane. Like if you go top 10 rates, you can find Harry Hall by just going to top 5 that doesn't have. Oh, there's Ricky Fowler. He's got his first top 5 in forever. He has Harry Hall. He finishes inside the top 10 1 in every 5 starts, which is insane to think that he doesn't have a top 5. He just can't convert a top 10 across the line. It's insane. And I think it's got to do with the fact that he's such a good putter. You see these guys that are all short game dependent. When nerves get real, you're missing those binary putts, Darbo, like we talk about all the time. And I think that's why you can't trust these short game guys when it gets under the gun. Like Wrighton, Seed City today down the stretch, which was awesome to see. So as I get out of here of the Truist, let's get that out of the way, or we can just leave it there in case when you look at something. I've got 2 models this week, Eric.
Okay.
This is the major model, which is, and while we're doing that, I just want to load up the weekly model for us. Because you listen to the Fantasy Golf Degenerates show, so you already know what I'm going to say here. But usually I lean hardcore into major strokes gain for majors. I use the strokes gain that you have in other majors to project what you're going to do in this major, the majority of it, because you don't just show up to a major and dominate. You don't just, and some guys will. That's just the law of odds. And we'll go through that with the boxes and all that stuff. But in general, you want to be. Let me go find quickly the reasoning why. Here's the best finishes in a major prior to a win. So if you take a look at this, the Masters, if you don't have a second place finish, This was Scotty Scheffler, by the way, world number 1 entering the week. 4th place was his best finish in the major. So basically, second places are better at the Masters. PGA Championship, this is Colin Morikawa, 35th place. We've got winner, 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 chicken dinner winner. So we've got literally, if you almost need to have won a major in order to win the PGA Championship if you're kind of looking at these trends, lately. And the US Open is the week you can get different, in my opinion. Like you can just see.
I see that.
It's like a decent amount of. It's just a different kind of a setup. It's really tough. The variance is high. I don't know what the deal is. So, want to just mention you need second place finishes in majors, and I went through that earlier. It's over here for us. So these are your guys. These are horrible balding situation going on here. Apologies. The bald doesn't mean anything, but these are your guys. I think the winner comes from these dudes. And if you really want to even reduce it even more, take away the guys that have zeros, because but I think the second place is still valid in order to win this tournament this week. So that's something I wanted to mention. That's all part of the tools. Yeah, I'll pop them all together soon. But let's dive into some boxes, and then we can do some more deep dives of guys. Kind of just get a feel for what we're in the mood for. How do the boxes typically apply to the Sweet Spot DFS process for majors?
Well, I always, look at the bucket system usually.
The buckets. Sorry, I'm
no.
Buckets.
I imagine that's what you meant, but my BYRON boxes are the buckets. And just going over this, you can find this under Fantasy Tools, the bucket system at sweetspotdfs.com. And all it's looking at really are a few things, actually. You can have a top 10 summary for each of these buckets, top 5, top 20, or even optimal lineups. I kind of just stick to the top 10. You're putting together a lineup of 6 golfers. Looking at some of these very narrow ones, that gets a bit too strict. A little bit, it's difficult trying to find the exact same. It just doesn't work that well. But basically, what this is, if I were to go ahead and apply a filter here and just say, let's just look at last year and X out of here, I usually put each of these by 20th place finishes, like a range of 1 to 20, 21 to 40, all the way down. Missed cuts are typically 80 plus, and then did not plays. So there's 6 buckets for each stat category that I keep track of. So I have last year's finishes, last week finishes, course history, recent form, salaries, and strokes gain stats. And all that this is telling you guys, basically, what are the minimum amount of golfers that you probably want from this bucket? What are the maximum numbers that you want from this bucket? So if I drill down on, say, this last year 1 bucket, which seems to be one of the more successful ones. So having a top 20 from the year before is very successful at this tournament. If I scroll down and we select a year from this report right here, so let's just go ahead and select 2025, you can see all the golfers that fell into that bucket and then what their finish was from the year before. So I know it kind of sounds weird last year, but remember we drilled into the last year 1 bucket up here. And that's going to filter out the rest of the reports down here. So, again, we are looking at last year 1s from the 2025 PGA Championship. And this is what their finish was in 2024. So this way it gives you a kind of an understanding of, well, 1, what type of finish really matters. If we were to see the winner, Scotty Scheffler, have like a top 5, and Harris English have a top 5, and Bryson have a top 5, and Keegan have a top 5, I'd be like, dude, having a top 5 the year before is pretty baller. But what we see, it's a first, a second, and a second, and you get price tags that come with it. That's important. One of the hard things I've learned over the years is even if we see a bucket like this, say 2 to 6, sometimes you can't play 2 golfers.
6. Yeah. Or 2. Can't even get 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you can't even get 2, although it says a minimum of 2. But the other thing that I really like about this is, you'll have a bucket like last year 4 that only has 0 to 2. which means you don't want to play more than 2 golfers.
Mm-hmm. We had a finish of 61st to 80th in the previous year's PGA Championship.
Yep. And so again, it filters out the rest of the reports, and you can see who those golfers are, what their finishes are, and what their finishing position was from the year before.
Nice.
It's usually not a very good bucket to look at. And then what you would do with all this data and information is you would go to the cheat sheet, and look, I have a PGA Champ button up here. I'm going to go ahead and drill into recent form. I like looking at this one better. But you go right into here, and we want to look at, well, we were just looking at last year 4s, right? So let's drill down in last year 4s. Who represents the last year 4 this year? And it's like there's only 4 golfers, but these are the golfers you probably want to avoid. But at the same time, and I know this is kind of like a eye roll type of thing, you wouldn't want to play more than 2 of these golfers, which, as you're looking at these golfers, you're just like, well, yeah, they aren't that good,
Yeah.
We're not seeing a Scotty Scheffler in this bucket. We're not seeing a Rory McIlroy. But in those scenarios, I would still only tell you, hey, really just don't play more than 2. So that's a way that it can help. Now, that's kind of more of a zoomed out level is just look at each of these buckets. Anything that you see in the minimum that has 1 or greater, that would be an anchor bucket that you would want to focus on. So last year 1s, definitely, like we can just right away look at that right now. And it's going to be a lot of the names that we probably would play regardless, Byron. Like we get Scotty in this bucket. There's 23 total golfers, by the way, that finished top 20 last year. So it's definitely one of those buckets that it's going to drive success. You're going to want several golfers out of this bucket, most likely, unless you start with Scotty. Then it's difficult. It's difficult to. There's
6K guys down there,
right?
Yeah.
And here's the thing: there could be 6 golfers from this bucket to finish inside the top 10, but that doesn't mean you can play all 6 of them, because the likelihood of Scotty and one of these 3 10K golfers, like 2 other, or like out of these 4, 3 of them could finish inside the top 10. Well, with any one of them, you might only, like, if Matt Fitzpatrick's one of your favorite golfers, you could pair him up with Rahm, you could pair him up with DeChambeau, but that doesn't quite leave you with, other golfers around here. But it could get you in these 5 and 6K golfers. This is where your strategy comes into play. Like, this is where you look at this and you just go, okay, I know I need to grab golfers from this bucket. Like, which ones are they going to be?
Yeah.
And then you go from there. I'm a huge fan of Scotty this week, as I am every week.
Always.
But when what it comes down to is like his $13,900 price tag isn't as expensive as it would be at other events because there's a 5K range.
5K range.
And one thing that everyone can do is if you go to, by the way, this is free to use for everybody. This cheat sheet I provide for you don't need an account. You don't need any of that stuff. You could just go to the website and use this cheat sheet free. If you scroll down on the page, there's a secondary cheat sheet that you can actually use this version of it if you want, or you can click here and it'll open up a new page. This has Truist information in here right now, but I will update this after I get done with the pod. I created price conversion tool, Byron. I don't know if you've ever seen this before.
Yes, I have, but others have not.
And the reason I do this is when you have this weird price disparity between 10K golfers, 10K golfers and then 5K golfers. That's a huge difference. How do we, when I analyze salaries, every single week, I obviously do the pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. How does this fare against those normal weeks? Because I personally want consistency. That's why I hate the 5K range, is because now, well, what do we do with the 5? That's an additional salary tier. I only want 6 salary tiers. I don't want 7 salary tiers. That screws up the whole process. So what I do, Byron, is I
Screw the process back.
Yes. Yeah. Give it to me back. Give me back my process. So I convert the 5,000s to 6,000s. And then in all honesty, I kind of eyeball all of this. What you're going to see every single year, every single event in DraftKings, every single year, you're going to have, when you add up or when you average out all of the salaries, it averages about $7,000. It's between $7,000 to $7,100.
Interesting. That's cool.
So I'm trying to get that with the adjusted salaries. So I'll show you. And again, these are like eyeball things. You know, if you're bringing the bottom up, you're going to have to bring the top down a little bit, you know, and kind of smush them to get to that 7,000. Because if we keep a lot of these price tags like this, it'll be way over $7,000. But anyways, just to show you, you're going to see on the bottom right
of your screen,
I'll show the average here. It's 7,041. So
yeah,
this is how I look at salaries when there's a 5K range. And this is also how the buckets work too. So this will be tier 6 will be the low 6K range, as it always, you know, as I always show that to be. This price tag. So actually, let me just talk about the prices for anyone that's just listening and not actually watching. So $5,500 and below is the low 6K range. That's how I'm converting it to the low 6K range. So $5,600 to $6,500 is the high 6K range. Now, also to provide some clarity or insight into this, you've heard me talk about this before. We normally see somewhere between 4 to 5 10K golfers. We normally see somewhere between 6 to 7 9K golfers. 10, the number 10 is the average amount of golfers in the 8K range. So this is already set at the top. Then when we get into the 7K range, do you want to take a guess of what the average, like the amount in a full field event, 156 golfers, that we typically see in the 7K range?
Like 20 in 8,000 above, and we usually have like half or like 80 in the 6K range, so like 60 in the 7K range.
Your numbers are a little off, but it's 35. 35. Yeah, some tournaments we've seen 40, but so I get it to 35.
Okay.
So that count right down there says 35. And then the rest of them are 6K golfers.
How many people in the 6K range?
It's about 100, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I undersold the 6Ks significantly there.
And it's pretty split. It's a pretty even split. Usually the lower 6K is going to have just a few more. So there's 55 that I'm counting as the low 6, and the high 6 is 44. And that actually comes from, if I were to pull in one of my other spreadsheets that I have and zoom in for you guys, I have a bucket page down here, and I literally keep track of this in this like formulated way. So you will see the totals right here, salary totals. So like I said, 4 to 5, sometimes there's 3. Then you can see, 6 to 7, sometimes there's 8. 10 is typically the number. Sometimes you see 11, This is probably a bad one to... Oh, I do have a PGA Championship one. All right, let's use the PGA Championship one. I was using the Truist, and, that became a signature event, and it was an invite for the longest time.
Yeah.
But let's do the buckets here. Salary totals. So here you go. Here are the numbers that you typically see, somewhere between 35 to 40. So I guess I could have bumped it up a little bit more and then take some away from the lower 6Ks. But I also don't think it's going to make that big of a deal to, 5 golfers being a little off.
It doesn't really matter.
But
I love this idea, though, try to understand to just get a feel for what the guy's price actually is, because you can see someone like Adam Scott at like $7,900.
Yeah.
That seems like a spot for Adam Scott to be for me. I'm in on Adam Scott this week now, because that's a fair price, in my opinion, compared to the crap that he's been the last little while, like $9,000 and beyond.
What price is he right now? Oh, right here. Yeah. And so this is 75. Where you kind of get to that little middle section. Like there's not going to be much of a conversion when it comes to, This is the middle point. I think it's $7,100 is the middle point. That's where the salaries on both sides meet each other.
Okay.
But the other point of all of this is, you know how I go over historic salary builds, you know? Well, if I'm telling you to play a 10-9-8, 7-7-6, how do we do that with the 5K range?
Yeah.
And I'm not going to introduce, 5Ks or whatever when it, it just, that's where it just gets very challenging and difficult. So this is how I would do it when it comes to that conversion. And I would say, hey, play a 10-9-8, 7-7-6. Here's what it could really look like. We're talking about several 10K golfers. Well, we could go John Rahm at 10-4, Matt Fitzpatrick at 10,000. Come down here, get Russell Henley. I know you like Russell Henley this week. So we grab these 3 golfers, and that's a 10-10-8. That's not technically a 9. And we can actually grab another 8K golfer here in Sam Burns. So that's a 10-10-8-8, but technically it's a 10-9-8-7 so far. I can grab someone down here. Let's just say, let's go with Michael Brennan at $6,600. And what am I at? 43.8. So I mean, I can grab someone that's $5,200. I don't think we really want to. Oh yeah, you're right. 6,200. My math is not mathing. So let's just do with the winner.
Why not?
So I've got 6 golfers. This equals $50,000, and it's a 10-10-8.
Cool.
8-6-6, but in reality, it's a 10-9-8-7-7-6.
Yeah.
And this is, again, going back to the sweet spot process about, what kind of lineups do we want to build? Well, if I'm showing you PGA Championship, or if you come here and you do your own research, you drill into PGA Championship, what's the most common lineup build? It's kind of crazy, though. It's all over the place. The PGA Championship is wide open for whatever lineup builds you want to build.
It's so what I do want to address before we get into like the nitty gritties of deep diving all of this stuff is the course this week, which I think, I made a good point, made it emphasize this on the Fantasy Golf Degenerates, where this is a week in a major where you're going to have guys hitting like a lot of wedges, which, majors aren't typically wedge heavy venues. Majors are typically long golf courses, 7,500 yards, lots of long irons. This week, there's a lot of wedges, and it changes the kind of golfer that can succeed at a venue like this in a major. So I always use a lot of tour stats, like major stats. Like I don't know where the hell we got off that topic earlier. I guess I'll finish my thought now.
Yeah.
But I have a normal model, like I use the weekly model that I have as well. Instead of just using the actual like major model, I'm going to be using the weekly model as well, like I typically do for each very week. For the Masters, I didn't even fire this up because I just used major pedigree, Masters history. Boom. That was like, that's kind of how I focused in on it all. So micro model time was a lot of fun, because I modeled this golf course out exactly how we can expect it to play based off of the different yardages and just an average drive of 300 yards on every single hole. I know some of them are going to be different, but that adjusts for like people like Cam Young. He should be hitting it like 309 on average, whatever. Some holes they'll hit further, some holes they won't. But in general, you need to carry it like 300, 310 in order to like navigate all the bunkers out of the way for the holes that have bunkers in the way. Some holes are just hit the drive. There's just rough either side of the fairway. Not a lot of hazards at this golf course. You're not going to be finding guys taking penalty shots. They're just going to like bleed bogeys, I'd imagine, this week, or some bad doubles. If you're making doubles, you've hit into a really bad spot. But you shouldn't be making doubles that much this week. As a professional, there will be doubles, obviously. But it's just interesting to note some guys how they like kind of rank out in this situation. And for me, it's like column workout, baby. Like if you think about a wedge heavy golf course, this is like what Colin does, right? Like, and he typically thrives in majors, and he's also Ben putting, Darbo. Colin's got 24 rounds on bent grass greens, and he's gaining 2.1 strokes on bent grass greens. He's losing on Bermuda, losing on Poa over the same time period, and it's just really interesting to note, like Brian Campbell and Sam Burns as well, like guys that I fancy. Max Homer's interesting on bent. So there's some things that we can dive into as we go along. But I think we should stick with, before we get into like this stuff, I want to like do but we don't even have course history this week, do we? Because
not really. Of course,
PGA history.
Like with the PGA Championship, I use tournament history. I will say, with all the tools at sweetspotdfs.com, you can actually go into the course stats filter and put a Ronimink in here.
Mm-hmm.
And so everything, whatever you're looking at, will filter out, by that tournament. So I have historic salaries for the BMW, which is not a PGA Championship.
Yeah.
But if you were curious to, look at it that way, you certainly could. When it comes to just course history, I guess if we went to like a strokes gain stats page and we did the exact same thing and we just looked at a Ronimink just to see how golfers did. I need to clear the date filter out.
Yeah. By the way, Gary Player, the only time the PGA Championship ever happened here, Gary Player won it. Shout out GP. When the hell was that? It was 1962, my dad's birthday year. Gary Player won a Ronimink when my dad was born. So,
damn,
insane to think about. That was the last time they played a PGA Championship, and Gary won at -2. And then 60 years later, Justin Rose lost to Keegan Bradley at -20.
What year was that?
2000 and what?
For the one that Keegan lost?
This BMW Championship, 2018.
Oh, this one. I see. I see.
Like 60 years later, the last time they played at this golf course, that was the score. And it's worth noting that when they played here, that in 2018, the average driving distance on the PGA Tour was 296. This year, it's 303. So there's like 7 yards, 8 yards more carry, which gets you over a bunker or 4 this year, like at a golf course like this, that the average bunker, if you think about when we grew up golfing, if there was a bunker at 300 yards, like no one was thinking about ever clearing that bunker, like now you and I can both do it, if we get a hold of it properly, given technology, so it's kind of interesting in that department. So
I will note that if the bunker isn't that penal, I'd always be hitting driver, like, unless it's a deep face bunker that you can't actually reach the green, then yeah, I agree with you. I would not want to try to.
This is the perfect podcast to do this on, because I went through every single hole. Do we want to we'll do it quickly. Off the first tee, you can rip at 320. Keegan says you can hit drive as hard as you want at this bunker. You're not going to get there really. Like it's hard to get bunker. If you're hitting at 330 drives, Aldrich's probably going to hit 3-wood. Then hole 2, you can hit it. Like this is what I'm talking about. These like collection of bunkers. It's 301 yards to just get over the edge of it here, kind of thing. This is Google Earth. There's obviously some yards difference. There's also wind involved. Depending on which way the wind's blowing, this 300 yards could be 290 or 310. So
how far is this hole? Do you have the yardage?
Yeah, this hole is 413. So
413. So
yeah.
Here's the one thing to also consider. Driving it over those bunkers, that's something you'd want to do, but you could also play it. You could miss in the right rough and you'd only have like a wedge into the green. And I know the greens are going to be tricky and they're going to be fast and firm, but a lot of golfers can still extract a ball out of the rough and, dribble it up there. I don't anticipate the scores being super low. So as long as you can get somewhere safe, I think that'll be okay.
No, I think scores are going to be super low this week because someone.
You are going to think they're low? You don't think they're going to be high?
As in low, I think we can get close to -20. Like -20 is where we're going to be getting to.
Some people think that this tournament, like no one's going to get to -8. It's going to be like somewhere between -6 to -8. Some of the PGA Tour guys are saying that.
There's, in my opinion, when you get a bunch of PGA professionals hitting 1 million drivers and 1 million wedges in a week, it's like there's no real golf course that's really going to stop some guy that sun runs. Like, because everyone nowadays, the modern golfers are all like redlining. In my opinion, they're playing like optimal golf, whether it's because you have to have high end finishes on the PGA Tour. in order to get in,
Yep.
like keep your card and stuff. You can't just like keep doing what Bezzy does. There's only certain guys that can finish top 40 fucking every single tournament and like barely scrape through. But then you got to go play the Myrtle Classic, the Moaning Myrtle Classic. But hole 313 to kind of, you can see how the fairways pinch in with the bunker. The bunker's literally in the fairway, stopping you from doing it. And you mentioned these are going to be penal because look how small they are. So most of the time when a ball lands in the front of a bunker, if it's a long bunker, it's not going to roll through all of the sand to the very front, get under the lip. But these bunkers are super small. So anything landing in the bunker is likely going to roll up to the lip, like they're as big as a tee box kind of thing, which a small tee box, So
those bunkers on the left there on that previous hole you were just looking at almost look like middle fingers. You see that? Left of your line, left of the yellow line.
This.
Yeah.
But it's like really small.
Yeah. Just like little whatever. Just
okay. Hole 457. So you'll see every time I'm riding here, it's like going to be flick wedge. Like every other hole is like flick wedge. 310, 313 to carry. We just showed you this hole. Get to hole 4. It's like 350 to get to any bunker that's like relevant on this hole. Like this is going to be the landing area for the most part. So you're just mashing driver down the side. Yeah, there's some OB down the left. I think people are just going to flare it out to the right-hand side all day. Hole 5, par 3, 160. It's like the only mid-iron shot on the par 3s. So 3 iron shots on the par 3s come from 200 plus in that range. Then 300 yards off this tee from, roughly at the back here is going to get you just over these bunkers.
Oh, that's a tee shot that maybe like Rory or Cam Young could actually drive the green.
These guys, Bryson's going to be so fun to watch this week because he's going to have so many like flick wedges in and just fuck the wedge up entirely. Like he's not very good with the wedge, especially out of the rough because of his like long shafts. I think that's really where it penalizes him the most. Flick wedge, driver, 301 yards to like the middle of nowhere, really. I understand that. Now, this is all theoretical stuff. I think if I was listening correctly, Keegan says like the fairway is like kind of sloped this way and like stuff runs off into whatever. But still, I mean, 3-wood with a whatever, we're not going to get into the nitty gritties, but it's just worth noting. Here's your first par 3, 224 yards, long ass par 3.
Damn.
From the fairway, the next hole, what is this? 306 yard drive clears that bunker there. So like if there is a bunker in the way, anyone that's driving a 310 plus is going to be like completely safe for the majority of these drives. Another situation, 325 from the very tippies to clear here. So this is, if it's going to be a hole that challenges a lot of people. We'll see a lot of golf balls in this range here too. Then 13, same situation. You can basically drive this green, but this is OB right over here. So it's in play. Yeah, this is OB, which is very much in play. So I think this area is going to, if you're going to the course, do not stand over here. Unless you want to go to the hospital for free and then pay later. The next hole, long iron, 226 stock long iron off the tee box on the par 3. Then we get to the hole 15 and it's just a mash driver 310 down the middle. Like some of these are kind of just very basic situations. 16, another situation. 289 from the back gets you to clear these traps over here. So
I won't lie, this course looks like a fun course for like you and I to play. Like I would enjoy coming here with you after the tournament was done just to see how we could fare in like round 1.
I would just be obsessed with trying to carry bunkers and just be whacking a gap wedge out of the rough every freaking time. Because it's just and missing greens with a gap wedge nonstop. So this hole 18th, you can't even really get there. It's 330 to get to the bunker. Yeah. Keegan says if you hit it anywhere on this side of this tree, it's like such a severe, you have to like you have to chip it actually under the tree because
Oh,
there's not enough angle to kind of get around from this
the
left,
tree's
this
that
right-hand
high
side.
or that tall?
It's just that girthy, you know. It's like you can't.
Okay.
It's too close because you're still hitting a long iron. You know, this is
Gotcha.
490 yard par 4. So you're hitting a
Gotcha.
320 yard drive. You still got like 180 up the hill, blind tee. You know, so this was a fantastic listen. Keegan Bradley and Smiley. He kind of walks his way because Keegan won, remember, in 2018.
Hey, Byron, just to remind you, top of the hour.
Ooh, yes. Sorry.
I got 17 minutes, and this is a perfect segue since we are looking at your Discord. So,
okay, thank you. Sorry, I got deep into the weeds there. I was like just showing. I did all the Google Earthing, so I figured I'd just give you a nice little kind of
man, appreciate
preview. Okay, in the chat, what's our trivia question going to be? First person to tell me outside of Scotty Scheffler in the last 21 majors, who's got the highest top 10 rate in majors? So the last 21 majors, not named Scotty Scheffler, who is the next name up? It should be a pretty simple situation. We'll start off easy for you guys just to get those of you snoozing, listening to us, paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely.
While you are waiting for everyone to do all of that, AJ Love says Justin Rose. It's not Justin Rose. I'm looking forward to this week. It's going to be a fun week of golf because the course is so unique, man. It's so unique. And it's like we actually finally, like, this run of golf has been brutal with all the non-stop signature events, man.
Mm-hmm.
AK says Tyrrell Hatton. People, this is not it's a very simple answer. Like, if I say not Scotty Scheffler, like the person you think of right after that is that's the answer. Okay, but I'm gonna need someone to say it, and we'll need a couple more answers before AK can get there. But we'll let those keep flying in. You have to earn these giveaways, people. I'm not just gonna give it away. Maybe I'll give away 2 later at the top of the second hour if we don't get the answer here. But just think about the person. If you don't think about Scotty Scheffler, who's the next guy? Let's dive into Sweet Spot DFS stuff in the meantime.
Okay. So, you know how we typically do, we've done elite groupings before, and it's just looking at course history and recent form, basically. Now, we're looking at the BMW Championship because this is where Aronimink was used.
Yeah.
So it's really looking at the stats coming in. We got our winner.
We got a winner, Rory. How did we get to Justin Rose and Tyrrell Hatton, people? It's Rory McIlroy. Hijacking the stream quickly. Here it is, yeah. Majors finish rates since 2021. Rory McIlroy finishing inside the top 10 57% of the time. The guys that you mentioned, Justin Rose is only 35% of the time up at the top there. Tyrrell Hatton he started being very bad. It took him forever to actually get top 10s and top 5s in majors. So that's a little quick situation there. Luke, reach out to me on X, message me, or just tweet at me. I'll get you hooked up with the link into the Discord after this. All right. Sorry. Congrats. Thank you. Let's go. Congrats, Luke. Yes. Let's party.
Oh, okay. So I like looking at this because oftentimes you'll hear someone go, "Oh, hey, these stats matter the most at Aronimink." And it's usually just looking at the tournament and the results that happen. So to actually go to that, these are the results that happened at Aronimink, because I have the golf course stats filter on Aronimink in the strokes gained stats. So oftentimes people use these. This is what happened at that event. It's like, oh, they look at the people in the top here and they go, "Oh, it looks like putting really matters at this golf course." Like, well, no, for these guys that were successful, yeah, of course, their putting stats were good. It's their
easiest way to gain strokes.
Yeah, top 10, top 20. And the same thing kind of applies for even off the tee approach. That's not, I don't like doing analysis that way. The analysis that I like to do is looking at the the golfers' lead-in stats heading into the event. What were they doing? You know, and then looking at that, comparing it to this week. So at the 2018 BMW Championship, again, we've already said that this is where Ronimink was played, or a BMW Championship was being hosted by Ronimink in 2018. So here we go. We can look at strokes gained last year. We can even look at recent form. And what recent form is going to show us is what were their finishes heading into the into this tournament. I don't have the event names for you because it just doesn't work that way with Power BI, but you certainly could go to Fantasy Tools PGA Tour schedule, click on that, find the 2018 BMW Championship, and look at the tournaments leading into the event. Personally, I don't really care. I just want to see how many top 10s, how many top 20s, or like bad recent form, like Keegan Bradley coming into this event. He did have a 4th place finish.
I'm seeing spiky. You have to have had a top 10 type situation. Almost like a top 6 looks like
maybe a top. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I was going down the board with you at the same time. Yeah, 6 is the worst, but that person got to say. How would you have? What tournament was this that Francesco? Oh, was that the Open? That was the Open. Francesco won the Open.
This is the BMW Championship.
Yeah,
this would have been when it was played still after the US Open.
Well,
no, after the Open Championship. Yeah,
after
because
the Open.
it's the BMW Championship, not the PGA Championship.
It's like when did Francesco Molinari win? But then you had all those 2nd place finishes at a major championship. So, I mean, that is also worth noting. You just mentioned it. This would be in the fall as opposed to in the spring. In the spring.
That's when in the fall is when Pennsylvania is firmer, like a little more drier. This golf course, so if they tore this place up, it did rain one of the days, like torrentially. So bear that in mind.
That's right. So anyways, look at that. A lot of 2nd place finishes. So top 5s is kind of the vibe that I'm getting. It's like everybody with a top 5 heading into this event.
Yeah.
Within the last 7 weeks. So you could look at it that way. I'm not going to really, what's the phrase called? I'm just not really going to hold my hat on that. I don't remember how it goes. Hang my head. I don't remember.
Hang my hat on that.
Sure. Anyways, that's one way to look at it. Look at the last year finishes, and that's tournament information. This would be tournament history. So having a top 20 the year before, well, that actually kind of aligns with what we just saw with the bucket system with top 20s. So absolutely having a top 20 the year before works out pretty well. Now you can get into the strokes gained stats. This is where a lot of people would actually want to come here and look. This would be looking at the last 365 days of strokes gained data. This button here, strokes gained last year. Or you could look at strokes gained last 7 weeks. This is that recent form, all those events that showed for recent form. That's what you'd get with strokes gained last 7 weeks. So first and foremost, if we do strokes gained last year and we take a look, this is data from Data Golf, by the way, just for everyone to know. It's the data that you have as well, Byron, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good ball strikers. And I think that's just
obviously
everybody kind of already was going to know that, right? Just lots of good ball strikers. It is interesting to see that the 2 golfers that had bad off the tee stats were Tiger Woods and Webb Simpson. That's not weird with Webb, but Tiger is almost a break-even golfer when it came to off the
and
tee.
Still gaining more balls striking than everyone else around him.
Yeah, because again, his approach is just ridiculous. But everybody else had really good driving stats. That's what I'm seeing. So if this is kind of how we do those elite groupings, is we like to sort by these stats. Look at that leaderboard, of off the tee stats. Sure, DJ and Rahm, top dudes in 2018, no top 20s. You don't really get into golfers you really want to play until you get down to Rose at 0.6. So really what we could say when we look at something like this is anybody that has 0.5 strokes or higher, even 0.4 strokes and higher, that's probably the cutoff that I'd want to do. that looks pretty good. And so we can keep that in mind. We could also look at strokes gain approach and see all the best approach players coming in. Oh, wow. Keegan Bradley, number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Eldrick, finished 6th, and he was the
you
second.
Got me excited there for a second. I was like, what's that? I think Eldrick was what, 10 this time of the year, 2018. My Eldrick.
What?
At this point in time, in 2018, Eldrick Potgieter was like 10 years old.
Eldrick. That's Tiger's real name.
I know.
Okay.
Like, he caught me so off guard, like with that name.
Fair enough. Sorry, dude.
Sorry. ADD.
Aldrich? No, Eldrick.
Yeah.
So even approach play 0.4 strokes and better. We can find a good handful of golfers to put in our lineups, and you can look at the price tags that these guys had. I guarantee you there wasn't a 5K range. $6,300 was the cheapest? They didn't even have a flat 6K.
It's playoffs though. Like how many people are in this field?
80 something.
69. Yeah.
69. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, is this the one that Jason Day withdrew from before? I remember he withdrew from a playoff event, and I think he screwed him and he didn't get into the Tour Championship. Like, this was the one right before it, I think.
I wasn't even doing content in 2018, so I wasn't paying attention to what's going on. The BMW Championship in the middle of like August. Hit approach back there again quickly. I have something to say about Justin Thomas real quick. Look at how well he was driving the golf ball coming into this week. Okay, he's getting like half a stroke off the tee. Then just think about what you saw on TV over the weekend with JT driving the golf ball into like all the worst places around Quail Hollow. So I understand the course histories of this, but this is not the same Justin Thomas. And if you go to major strokes gained off the tee for Justin Thomas, it's negative. He's losing strokes in majors off the tee. So do not get catfished by Justin Thomas. If my stat fish wasn't Bryson this week, it was Justin Thomas, because I'm fading the fuck out of him.
Well, also one of those things. I've said this to you before. It's like you were kind of saying this to Kenny in your podcast, where you're just like, he gets to like the easiest hole for driving or something like that, and ends up hitting it way offline. I don't remember if that was the hole he hit in the water or whatever, but
on 14.
Yeah. And it's like, I've always known Justin Thomas, when he steps on a driver, it always goes crooked. The only time it didn't is when he won the PGA Championship down in Oklahoma,
Southern Hills.
Whatever. Yeah, Southern Hills.
Yeah. So, and that seemed like a bit more of a wider open golf course too, right?
Oh,
like
for sure. Yeah.
It's a perfect golf course for Justin Thomas, so don't get sucked in, people, with JT this week.
So
it's also $10,700. Like, what is JT this week? Not even close to that.
He's 9,000 though. He's up there.
Yeah, but it's not 10K. Yeah, 94. So that's even way too expensive in my opinion.
So when we, if we go through all these other stats, I mean, it's kind of like hey, even around the green stats aren't terrible. Like, this is kind of one of those eye roll stats that a lot of people bring up. Oh, this is going to be it's a great short game type of golf course. You want to find golfers that are really good with their short game. This is kind of proving that this is actually one where around the green kind of matters. That's a lot of top 8 finishes. A lot of golfers you can put in your lineups to help bolster, the performances.
Yeah.
And then putting, if we take a look at putting is the least. Like, I mean, we do have our second place finisher, our third place finisher, and I don't even know what the optimal lineup was, or the GPP winning lineup was, but we can take a look.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting this week with because if you are leaning on short game this week, I just don't think you're making enough birdies.
And this is actually a wonderful point. You are thinking this is going to be a low scoring affair, meaning we're going to get closer to 20 under than we are going to get to even par. In that type of scenario that you're mentioning, you're 100% correct. Like, we do not want short game. We don't want, let me DFS. I play DFS mostly, or exclusively. You do DFS, but you also bet. What I would say is, because that type of phrasing, I don't want to give mixed signals to people. I think you probably still feel comfortable putting 1 or 2 short game specialists into your lineups, to go along with 4 studs. Like, don't feel afraid to do something like that. But for the most part, I'm right there with you. Is I'm looking for guys. Probably, I'm looking for approach golfers that are in that 0.4 strokes gain approach and above. Kind of what we just saw. That's why I like this lead and stats tool, is just to see what it looks like for each of these stat categories. And I mean, you can even go last 7 weeks. I'm just going to go through this really quick.
I'm cool
Look
with
at
this.
off the tee. That looks good. So off the tee, check mark. Yep, we want off the tee. Approach. Oh my God. Yeah, of course. Like, holy shit. Like, that's almost your whole top 20 leaderboard, or that close. Around the green, putting, like, it's better than long-term putting. Short-term putting is better than long-term putting.
Hit approach again quickly. How many guys are actually like, it's Tiger in the last 7 rounds or weeks? No one else is like losing off the tee. I think we saw this. We just went over this a little bit ago, right?
Yeah.
But like, it's just total ball strikers, because you need around this golf course, with how thick I think they're making the rough, and with how small the actual areas on the green that you have to get the ball to, because you can hit the green, you can have a GIR, but you can be on the other side of 2 ridges on some greens. You can be all the way on the left-hand side and have to go over 2 like humps in order to try and lag it up, and you're likely not going to get it within like 6 feet because of the nature of where these pins are. You have to have control coming in from the fairway, or like 50 yards out of the rough kind of thing. But even then, you won't be able to spin it properly, even if you are close. So you're still kind of playing to the safer areas of these greens. Have to have total ball striking, in my opinion. So,
absolutely.
So Tiger, or like a Decky, who's not a good driver but good out the rough. Like,
here, let's actually now apply this to this upcoming week. So I would go to the cheat sheet like this, and I have those same buttons up here at the top, so we can see the golfers. We won't have the Truist, I don't have the Truist information in yet, but it'll come in. I just don't have it yet. But if we go strokes gained last year, like we just did when we're taking a look. Ooh, I don't like the decimal points. I'll have to fix that. Here's our strokes gained off the tee golfers that are really good. So, I have a bucket on. I was like, something's not right. Let's go ahead and hit the eraser button.
A bucket on. This is Johnny Knoxville, and I've got a bucket on. And I'm going to mash a driver into the wall of a squash court and absolutely rip myself in the neck with the golf ball.
Okay.
He literally wore a bucket over his head and hit a driver into the wall. Those guys are nuts. Anyway, back to your regular pay program.
Well, here's our, like I said, 0.4 strokes or better. I mean, we could also go down to Adam Scott if you want, 0.38. No, and Kenny's guy, JJ Spawn, who, of course, I don't really have.
Total ball striking looks good, though.
Yeah. So here are off the tee guys. Scotty Scheffler is just Rombo. Now, I will say it's about
Is this the last year?
I don't. Yeah, this is the last year, and Rom's stats for me are not going to include his live golf stats.
They all
so
majors.
It's just going to be his major championship.
3 of them,
pretty much. Yeah,
4 of them.
Right. So that's going to be any live golfer. It's going to be kind of fuzzy at best to be like to take it for its full value. But yeah. Anyways, so that's strokes gained off the tee. But strokes gained approach is where we're kind of at, and we really want to look at the guys that like a Tyrrell Hatton. Now, well, that's major championships. I mean, there's Scotty, the Smother Man,
dude.
This isn't high enough to be super happy about,
but that 0.7 approach play is like That's good.
I mean,
shit
that's like
right there.
Aldrich or not Aldrich. Sorry, Eldrick. Tiger. That was Tiger.
Let's just use the man's proper name, yeah, and not get me semi-excited every time you speak about him.
Yeah. So this works. 0.4 strokes or better on approach. That's a lot of golfers in this field. Right at the bottom here is Hoey. One that didn't qualify would be Patrick Reed. And that's going to be, he's a live golfer. So yeah, just whatever. But here, Hoey, Cantlay, Fleetwood, Rose, Rye, Kirk, Oberg, Connors, your boy Henley, Lowry, Gerard. You just mentioned Hideki with that negative off the tee stats.
That's going to, I mean, he just finished almost DFL around Quail Hollow, which, by the way, is the only place he's ever missed a major cut since like 2018, which is insane.
See, and this is okay. So then I'm going to go back to the lead-in stats and try to find the equivalent of like a Hideki.
It's Tiger almost.
Wait. What was his negative stats? It was
like negative 0.2.
0.2. Yeah, we'll just call it negative 0.2 just to make it easy. Not quite Tigers, but I would say Phil's. This is exactly pretty much the same.
Sure. 58th, not going to work for you. And he's got basically the same profile as Hideki because he's also sharp around the greens, decent putting, not going to get it done.
Different age, obviously, different age. Hideki's not as old as Phil was in 2018.
Sure.
At that event. Putnam.
I won't be surprised to see an old man at the top of the leaderboard this week either, though, by the way. I think that's definitely on the cards.
Yeah. Well, here's a negative off and that's crazy. Xander Schauffele with negative off the tee. Oh, I'm sorry. That was strokes gained last 7 weeks. We want to look at something like this. So it's not that. Okay, hold on. Let's do finish. So I'm looking for negative. I mean, here we go. Kevin Na. That's that. I mean, this off the tee is worse than Hideki's off the tee, but this is probably the closest.
And
I guess
I'm
Webb
very
too.
Curious. What the hell did Kevin get up to? He must have putted his brains out.
At this one?
Yeah. Like, how did he get it done?
Good thing we have this up. So 12th place right here. Negative off the tee again. Jesus. Approach was good. Around the green was good. And he putted his brains out. 5.33 strokes putting.
I don't see Hideki gaining like 5 strokes putting,
No, I don't either. Not at all.
I think maybe I can see him gaining 5 strokes around the green because that's probably where he's going to have to be coming from all the time. I don't know. But
he could also club down, right? A lot of those holes look like you could club down if you wanted to. Like, it'll take a longer iron into the green, but
he could have hit a 3-wood off the 18th tee box at Waste Management Open, but instead he took driver both times and ripped it into the water once and into the bunker the other time. So I don't see Hideki doing that at all.
Fair enough. Yeah. So, all right.
I'm thinking just if we can see what is the threshold for total ball striking, entering this week, because it looks like it needs to at least be 1 and beyond.
You think so?
If we take a look at those leading guys, just that leaderboard, the first guy eclipses, that's what? 1.2,
6,
1,
4. We're talking about off the tee approach, right?
Yeah. I guess
5, 6. 12, 1.2, 5, 8, 9,
so
or
6,
1.
At least somewhere.
At least
you've got to be ball striking, at least getting half a stroke on average. But ideally, you probably want to have a good ball striking, 1 stroke. Okay.
Yeah. Or how about a young Xander Schauffele, $7,700? I wonder.
Wow.
When he won the Greenbrier, was that 2016? Because 2018 Greenbrier was canceled because of flooding. Was it 2016? I don't remember.
I was still working security in William Penn University that day. Shout out Statesman, by the way. got the Statesman hat on.
Yeah, dude, that's a sweet hat. I like that hat. All right, yeah, I'm right there with you. I think at least 0.5 between off the tee and approach. You'd want to at least 0.5 or greater. And Hideki doesn't fit that bill. But you know what? Everybody else in these approach stats.
Yeah.
Not Luke Donald, but we're not playing Luke Donald.
Luke, no. Also, he's such a good iron player, man. Luke Donald. It's so incredible.
Yeah, the live stats here are kind of misleading, but or the live golfers, I should say, because I do not have live stats. Just again, a reminder, I don't have live stats. There's some interesting names. What kind of pops out to you, like of golfers that you might consider playing now that you see something like this than what you had said on your Fantasy Golf Degenerate podcast?
I think just total ball striking, man. You just got to keep your ball in the fairway or get it way the fuck down there, and then play your irons well. You know, like you just have to, because it's just too difficult. Like if we flip the, just ignore me. Yeah, let's see. I've got. Do you want to see what guys are doing ball striking wise coming in with live golfers in the mix?
Sure.
It's going to be the micro model ratings. You can go over here. Strokes gained balls. Siwoo Kim. I need to fill in some color coding here. But the top guys, Siwoo Kim, John Rahm, Xander. And this is based off of the micro model, right? So like the approach play based off of approach shot coming from 120, 99 yards, 141, 143, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not just overall approach play. It's just for this golf course's proximity buckets. Xander, Rory, Fitz, Colin, Cam, Sepp Straka, Ludwig, Adam Scott, Ryan Gerard, JJ Spahn, Daniel Berger, Alex Smalley, Tommy Fleetwood, Jake Knapp. You know, these are all names that seem very, very familiar.
How do you feel about Ryan Gerard?
If you're looking for a last year top 20 bucket, he checks that box.
He does.
So
yeah.
He's also been playing like total shite.
Yes, I agree.
A while. So I don't see his form being. Did Ryan Gerard? I don't think he's had a top. You know, like looking at these guys, top fives and stuff. You know, it's been. Remember, we saw all of those guys coming into the BMW Championship at least had like a fifth place finish or a sixth place finish. Ryan Gerard in the last couple of weeks has not had it.
Good point out. Yeah.
So, you know, you got to, although he models out very nicely given his approach play, obviously, you know, like it's so very good. So at $6,400, I will be playing him a little bit, given the fact that he projects well for this golf course. I'm trying to be less reflective and more projective with how I'm trying to play.
Yeah.
Versus, you know, look at like, oh, he hasn't played well because what are those golf courses? You know, also it's the PGA Championship. Maybe he's got like good vibes with it going on. Who knows what the fuck? You know, we just saw this stuff with Rory. He just miraculously can't putt on a Saturday. So, you know, maybe Ryan Gerard miraculously figures his stuff out. Check out this Bryson ranking. Like 37th when you $11,000 is just banana land. So back to guys that, ball striking wise, there's like no one here that we don't really recognize. You know, these are all just, if you're paying enough attention, watching enough golf content, you know, these are all ball strikers. So Cameron Young, approach solid, you know, so we'll see what geez, dude, today was insane from him. I can't.
He was my one and done pick. I was excited. I was like, oh, I got it. I got to win. And then he just flamed.
Dude. Approach play wise, you know, if you're just looking at some proximity buckets, like if you're looking for good, this is the thing. 200, like based off the micro model, right? So if you're looking at guys that you want Rory to have, he's going to have like 9 wedges and 6 shots from 200 plus, roughly. So if you go, okay, yeah, the top guys from 200 plus, how many of them are like good wedge players? Austin Smotherman is inside the top 20. Let's go top 30 just because. Siwoo Kim, Rory, Nikolai, Alex Smalley, Chandler Blanchet is like popping hardcore for me right now in these 2 boxes. Dan Brown. So Those are guys that are both.
Smotherman and Siwoo are kind of I like that. I mean, anytime I see Smotherman on anything that pops, just because of price point, it's going to be easy to play him. Siwoo, I think, is in the 7K range this week, isn't he?
$7,900. Yeah.
Oh, that's a great pair up with Scotty.
Exactly. And then if we're taking a look at strokes gained out the rough inside of 150, for guys who are just mowing driver down there to try and get it out of the rough.
Wow, there's Gerard.
There's Justin Rose, who was in the mix to
win the Masters.
He's won this tournament before and lost to Keegan Bradley in the playoffs, so he's basically won it twice.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got Wyndham Clark is in the mix here. Rio Satsune checks some nice boxes because he does the 200 plus and the inside 150 out the rough. Both top 20s, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's just some guys that are like really good out of the rough that just aren't good anywhere else. There's some guys that like, where is Bryson? I changed his color so we'll see him pop up, I think. No. I think when I was looking at Bryson, look at this situation. He's 106th. This is in 2026. I think I filtered on Bryson.
And those are with updated live stats. So what he's doing at
Liv has this data. So he has Bryson's stuff. Like, why does he thrive in majors? Because from 200 plus, he's 23rd in this field. He's not a very good iron player. We know how good of a driver he is. So when you can hit your irons well from 200 plus and be a good driver of the golf ball, most majors are going to suit your game. This is the area Bryson's going to have to live in this week. And he doesn't have a ranking better than 66th on approach. So he's just going to be, trying to figure it out. He's 95th out of the rough inside of 150, he's 30th out the rough 150 and beyond, so much better with longer irons. Just, it makes sense, right? That's what he does. He has these long 6-iron shafts to whip through the rough with long irons, but with a wedge, you don't need that kind of intensity. So in my opinion, he's just a no-go zone given the iron play. He's just, what have we just looked at? You need guys that are good iron players around this golf course. Bryson is on 5 of the holes this week. The other 13, he's going to be very middling, So some things to note. Out of the rough, inside the rough from a year, there's Rose again doing his thing. There's Gerard again. And then wedges from the fairway, Chandler Blanchet, Patrick Reed, Colin Morikawa, Patrick Cantley, Corey Connors, Aaron Rye is going to do some good work. Jacob Bridgman, Henley Glover, all of these guys that you think that play well at Pebble Beach and things like that, they're going to be wedge players because that's so. I think almost Pebble, some of those kind of golf courses can be good comp venues for these kind of weeks.
I don't hate it. I like it.
Yeah. Where else? What else are we doing? Where are we going? What are we?
Well, you had mentioned something when I asked you about Ryan Gerard. You're like, oh, that would fit your top 20 bucket.
Mm-hmm.
But you also mentioned he's been playing kind of doo-doo.
Yeah.
In the last. So you had mentioned. You reminded me of all the second place finishes that we saw of that 2018 leaderboard at the BMW Championship leading into the BMW, I should say. So I went on my cheat sheet and I'm looking at all the golfers that have at least, I'd say a third place finish or even a top 5. It's okay, Scotty, look at all the second place finishes, yeah, it works. Rory with the win.
And
the
19th.
live golfers are going to cause a little bit of a wrench, to get thrown into the system. So just ignore those golfers and play them, however you want to. We have Cam Young. Xander is not. He has not finished. I mean, it's good. Xander's good. Has one of the best recent forms in the event heading into this, but 12th and the 9th isn't just 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. We're looking for top 5s.
Yeah.
You get it in Matt Fitzpatrick. You get it in Colin Morikawa. You get it at top 4. You get it in Ludwig, top 4. You do not get it in Fleetwood. Or what did Fleetwood just finish?
Fleetwood just finished. Man, it's going to be flirting with not a top
Truist.
5. It's like super close.
I forgot what he just did.
Fifth,
I know he was
T5.
Okay. Well,
T5.
I mean, we can count it. We can count it. Hovland does not. Justin Rose does. Justin Thomas does not. Unless he just did something today. Dude, I don't remember this.
No, Justin Thomas finished solo 13th today. He shot 1 over par. He lost 2.2 strokes tee to green. He lost a stroke ball striking. Like I'm gonna look like a very big idiot if Justin Thomas plays well this week.
I know. I heard you on
like,
the FGD podcast.
I'm gonna fade him hard this week in majors.
Koepka does not fit that mold.
Didn't check he fell backwards today at one flight anyway.
Yeah, he finished 11th or so or whatever. Matsuyama does not check that box. Tyrrell, live golfer. Hard to say that this even counts, but sure.
Well, that's a third place at some. It's
Masters.
Yeah. I think that counts.
Sure. I'm just saying with all the live golfers, because Bryson doesn't fit, Rahm doesn't fit. It's hard to say that those golfers aren't going to finish inside the top 10.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with the
like
live.
Certain Bright's not going to finish top 10 this week.
Okay.
Him and Justin Thomas.
Patrick Cantley doesn't fit that mold. 8th place, maybe we stretch it to 8th, but for this exercise, no.
And no.
Chris Goddard almost does 6th place, but then no top 5s. Henley, yes. Spieth, no. Lowry, no. Bobby Mack, which I can't remember what I was looking at on Friday before I went up north for Mother's Day, but I saw Bobby Mack and I was like, you know what? This might be the low-owned golfer because even Kenny was talking about it, and in the 8K range, somebody here might quite possibly win some in a GPP. If we're going to use this criteria to pick a golfer, Bobby Mack, it's not terrible. You looking something up right now?
He's elite out of the rough inside 150, but he's I'm just going to jump us across here quickly. It's like, here's Bobby Mack's approach numbers.
Oh my God.
This is for the last 12. If we want to look for the last, it's same, it's actually worse this year than it was the last 12 months for Bobby Mack.
And he actually, he doesn't fit our off the tee approach stats. That whole trend.
It would be like how Bobby Mack like models out well this week is if you are using like major results, like recently because of the US Open second place and stuff. It's balls bad, bro. Like I don't know what the hell's happened to him.
This is awful. And then
but also he's driving it like so well. Like he's driving the living.
Yeah.
Like this year he's gaining 0.8 strokes off the tee.
So something must be happening in the last year for Bobby Mack.
Because he's got a new driver this year, so that's why he's like driving it really nicely with the new TSI or whatever.
Okay, but
what is he also got? Like, is he hitting his approach shots with the driver as well? It's like, what the hell is Bobby Mack doing? And why do people not call him Robbie Mack either? Because I feel like
I have no idea. RBC -6. Masters -8. Here's a spike, 5.62. 4th place finish at the Players, -6. You know what? I'm now even more confident he's a great DFS play. This is straight boomer bust. Like you are getting a top 5 performance or you're going to get like just dog shit. I'm okay with this. I mean, at the Players, a tough course to navigate, ball striking wise, finishing 4th, that's not terrible.
Yeah.
You said you're someone who's trying to project more instead of reflect,
Yeah.
It could be okay. Like, what I don't like seeing with Bobby Mack is when we combine these two, we do want, 0.4 strokes or better. And if we combine these, we want at least 0.6. And he's not even close.
Yeah. And if you make it the last 7, it's like it paints a picture that's like you're painting with a Gillette razor blade right now.
Yeah, this is just awful.
But that is like insanely. He's still gaining ball striking while losing.
Yeah,
like
and that putter
8 strokes
is insane.
So if he has a good week, will we be shocked? Not necessarily. And the way he's, like how you can look at ball striking as well, Darbo, is like dominoes, right? Because if the first drive is in the fairway, the approach shot just becomes easier than a shot out of the rough, right? It's easier to hit a green from the fairway. So like he's setting himself up for his irons to have a good, opportunity at hitting the green or hitting it close. But you think he's also like missing a lot of his greens and stuff probably from the middle of the fairway, which makes his approach play numbers really bad. Like if we're mixing in combining approach and off the tee numbers together to kind of understand what's going on. If you struggling with your irons but in the fairway all the time, you're going to be losing more strokes than if you're in the rough, right? Because you lose less strokes from missed greens out of the rough than you do from the fairway. So his good driving is making his irons look a bit worse than they really are, but at the same time, they're still very bad. Like we did the strokes gained buckets on approach in isolation don't really matter off the tee,
Yep. I kind of want to do a little bit of just a quick one. Oh my God, look at this psycho scorecard. Water ball. That's already 1 stroke lost. This is RBC Heritage. Just I don't know if you were really following. I was listening and I don't know if you saw the clicks that I was doing, but he lost 0.6 or he lost 6 strokes on approach total at RBC Heritage. So it's like, okay, well, let's go into there. I didn't want to go into the Masters. I'm just going to use the PGA Tour website because it was quicker for me to get to. But there's a ball in the water here. That's 1 stroke lost. If we go to hole 5, that's not going to be anything. Not going to be anything. Not going to be anything.
Probably just go to the bogeys where.
That's right. Yeah. So this right here is that's gonna be an around the green thing.
What on earth is that?
That couldn't
just
go
a bad lie in the bunker. Yeah.
That's that whole 9. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Bogeys. Oh God. Yeah. So
bad drive there though.
I wonder if that is a recovery shot, because how the recovery formula works is you have to hit it at least 40% of the distance to the hole. And if you don't, then it's automatically a recovery shot. And then your drive would get punished for off the tee stats.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but then he goes from 2 to 3. That's not good.
That's going to hurt you. Like, especially if you just got dinged for maybe you hit a tree, because you're not chipping out like to where the 2 is. You probably.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this is
what a bad shot that is.
Yeah, that is awful. 125 yards in.
That's like me, dude. After like 17 keystones.
That's him trying to be aggressive. I mean, that where he left himself. So he's diabolical. He must have tried to go into the bunker to make the easiest shot, to the hole.
Yeah, because that hole like slopes back into that little area there.
Okay.
But that wedge shot was disgusting.
Yeah, it was for sure. This one it's going to hurt him.
Yeah.
But it's not going to hurt him that much. 175. Yeah, it's not bad. That he missed the green, so that's going to be negative strokes gained stats for him on that one. And this one's like, it's not great. So to lose, like, I think that was 3 strokes that he lost in round 3. 4 strokes on approach. One was a water ball. And then there's that,
diabolically bad wedges. Like he just.
You're right. Those were wedge shots that he was bad at. And then round 2, I'm just going to quickly go through round 2. I like to like paint a picture to see why the golfer was
17.
bad.
Yeah.
What's that?
17. 17 is where he probably waterballed it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
One into the water, and then he hits it way over here.
From 150. Like that's 125 yards to where he's actually trying to hit that ball.
Yeah. Was this the windy day? What, or maybe not? I don't.
No, he was balling out, dude. He was what, like 6 under par going into those final 2 holes.
Oh my god. Yeah. So definitely here, he probably lost. Jesus, who knows how many strokes on
Like
approach
2.5
here.
strokes almost, because you missed the green with your third shot. It's insane.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. And this was also, this would be really bad for approach.
And you know, wedges. I mean, I'm seeing all these wedges at RBC just going like really skew. Like he's going to have some really, if he hits these kind of wedges around this golf course, he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
Chunked
it from 157, or I mean, it was not 150.
Jesus.
It was 200 yards, but he chunked it, 150. Look at that short game though. That long ass bunker shot still made par.
It's like our golf trip when you came to Iowa. I was just constantly chipping, and by the end of the week, I was like hitting everything that I missed the green to like close because I was so dialed from around the green.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this was one of his bad tournaments that he had bad strokes gain stats. Approach. No idea what had the Masters, but I do remember watching him. He just ejected, I should say.
There was rumor that he had a neck injury, but he was also being a giant bitch.
Yeah, he was being a giant.
He flipped off a hole during the Masters. You know, like
you
do not do that. Fred Ridley will be up your ass if you are flipping off the 15th at Augusta.
I don't know why you do that. Okay, that's enough on
Bobby Mack. Yeah, that was way too much time on that guy.
Hey, we did this for Adam Scott at the Masters, so and not that was a great choice to do, but you
never know. Maybe you find a gem.
Yeah, right. Okay, we were looking at second place finishes or top fives, and we got down to Bobby Mack at 84. So that, and I was like, oh, he's got a second place. Ben Griffin, he's got that top 20 bucket for last year. He's got himself the third place finish 2 weeks ago. Burnsy's close. That's close.
What week is the Masters? Yeah, it's week
5.
Week 5.
Yeah.
Burnsy, dude,
Burns.
Yeah, Burnsy's close, and he is bent like he used to be like Bermuda Burns, dude. Now he's bent Burns. Like, I'm very bullish on him this week, which is a problem because I just lost like a unit on him in top 20 this week. He shot a 64 today to finish 37th.
Oof.
Like, I'm so done. I had a bad betting week last week again. Like, Siwoo, Burns, Sepp, all were like looking fine at one point, and then just one bad round. Anyway, I'm not here to bitch. We had a PGA Championship. Sepp Straka, there he is.
Yeah, I like Sepp. I like the idea of Sepp at least. I maybe not like course history in recent form. Again, this is tournament history for all of those that didn't hear that before. I'll do more of a deep dive, I guess, when it comes to like course history, because this bucket usually is not a good bucket. Like, I
will say from a course fit perspective, like projective way, like based off of what he does for this golf course, Sepp Straka micro models out very nicely because he hits fairways and he hits, his wedges really, really well. So I'm bullish on Sepp, and he's got a second place finish at the Open Championship. He's 11th in the micro model ranking.
Okay, that's good to know. Good to hear.
Yeah, and it's iron play. Like his power rating for iron play is like 2.5. It's very good.
So this is just 1 year, but just to see this many like bad course history guys at the 2025 PGA Championship, again, tournament history, I can now get more on board with that, because like that, if it's good course fit and the tournament history isn't that big of a deal, then sign me up.
Yeah,
So
because remember, the tournament history for these PGA Championships is Quail Hollow.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
Oak Hill.
Yep.
Narrow fairways, high rough, difficult long irons. This week is so different.
Pass on Marco Penge. He doesn't fit anything for us, at least not for me.
I will be playing a bit of him. I just believe in him like Wrighton. I think him and Wrighton have very similar potential. And now, obviously, Marco took a trip to the hospital over the weekend.
Yeah, what happened? Do you know?
Yeah, he just went to the hospital for something. He's had health issues the whole year.
Oh,
and it's stuff that you don't even realize. Like you spend like $300-400 in best ball on Marco Penge, and then you like sitting on your couch in the middle of January and you realize this guy's been to the hospital more times than you drafted him, and and then there you are wondering why you made those decisions. So hopefully he can get it figured out, because he's very talented.
Very talented. Hits the ball real far. Siwoo Kim, holy shit. This
number one in course fit. Number one.
Oh my god, dude. And he makes birdies in bunches. So if it's going to be a low scoring PGA as you predict it to be, why not?
What do you think? What do you think is going to happen this week?
Well, I mean, I had listened, like I said, I'd listened to the PGA Tour radio, and I don't remember exactly who was talking about it. And it was just like, it's drought season, makes things fast and firm. The PGA is growing the rough up. It's going to be difficult to hold a lot of those greens at longer distances away. Like, obviously, wedges are going to be easier to, and I know there's going to be more wedge shots here than other PGA championships. But it's, I don't know. Anytime a course is set up fast and firm, scoring is usually higher. Like, that is the one defense that most golf courses. Yeah, who was it? It was like was it Gil Hands that said it? And it was somebody quoting Gil Hands, like the only defense is for any golf course is firm and fast, like especially on the greens. And so as long as they're firm and fast, you're not going to have a low scoring event at the PGA.
Fair. And firm and fast really punishes like a 6-iron out of the rough the most versus a lob wedge.
I think it also, from a zoomed out level, I'm not going to disagree with that. I think if you really want to get into the nitty gritty, it depends where pin positions are. It depends on discipline. Not every pin you're going to be able to fire at. You're going to have to play to smart areas of the green. So regardless of, it's just like, the hole by hole breakdown. If you put it for every 4 pin locations, or if you know what the pin locations are, you'd be able to like really determine, all right, well, this pin location is going to be very difficult to birdie on day 1, but on day 3 or 4, it might be easy. So if you want to get into the weeds about all that stuff, I do think, how you located all the drives and stuff like that, it looks like that short of wedge distances is going to be really easy to attack. But I think most pin positions are just not going to be as easy too.
Yeah.
And so it'll always come down to discipline. And I think with all that, and just, I like your gut feeling. I'm not here to try to like.
No, I wouldn't ask you I want your opinion.
Right. But it's like, if that's the case, I would say like 12 under would be the lowest score to expect. Like, that's when a golfer is playing their absolute best on a difficult, fast and firm track. I don't know if it's going to be super fast and firm. I haven't seen this course, 2018 at the BMW. I don't remember watching that at all. I don't know what that even looked like.
It started off firm and fast, but it rained like torrentially. I was watching some highlights and I was like, Jesus Christ, Tommy Fleetwood's been wearing rain pants his entire PGA Tour career. And then it turned out he was actually wearing rain pants. Because his pants are always so baggy. And I was like, Jesus, he was wearing those baggy ass pants back in 2018 already. No, he was rocking some FootJoy rain gear. But
Gotcha.
kind of just to add on to that, when it comes to like Jill hands and these renovations and the way these courses are designed, where the ball's landing, when it's firm and fast and you need to curve your ball around the bunker to get it going down the dog leg because you can't carry the bunker, that's when firm and fast is like really going to punish you, right? Because you have to have the right shot shape to bound your ball to kind of match the canva of the fairway, which might be rolling this way if but the bunker makes you hit a different shape. If you're just carrying it over the bunker like straight, like the hole becomes that much more simple for you, because you don't have to navigate that angle of attack. So we'll see.
And it's worth mentioning that the average driving accuracy in a round of golf is 13. Well, I'm sorry. It's
60,
it's like it's 10 out of 14 fairways, 9 out of 14 fairways, somewhere between 9 and 10. So there are going to be fairways missed, like that's just gonna happen.
Yeah.
Even if it's a straightaway hole, like shit happens, people swing a little too wild. And so that rough, if it is going to be 3 inches, will be penal enough regardless of how close a golfer is.
Yeah. But I do think that they'll just hit it on the green then, and then make their par and lose ground.
The green size? The average green size here? I didn't see a sheet out for it.
I didn't see a sheet out there either.
I think I have old data from 2018.
I don't think the green sizes would change.
And this was after the renovation, so.
Yeah, I hate that they take so long to update this stuff.
Big green.
They know we have content to create.
300. For what? The GCSAA?
Yeah.
You know what? There was a message that popped up on my screen 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, and I didn't read it. But I got a glimpse of it, and I swear to God, it was one of those messages like, this will only be available for. And there's a way to become a member. So I don't know, and I haven't seen anything on Twitter or X or whatever to say, oh, hey, guess what? You got to be a member. And there's nothing on that website that says you have to be a member either.
No.
So they could have also just done away with them.
I don't know, man. What's going on? Yeah. I don't see it on the for even like the Valspar. Looking at it now. Anyway, that's not anyone listening's problem right now.
Yeah.
It's our problem, which makes it your problem, but not right now.
Yeah. Well, either way,
so we were on going down the board. Sorry.
Kim. No, we were on Siwoo Kim, and I said if it's going to be a scoring fest, like you're going to want him then. I also think even if it isn't a scoring fest, you're still going to want him. Like he's just a great play.
Dude, the harder it is, the better, because he's just going to miss every single birdie putt under the sun and just keep making pars.
That's true.
That's like same with Corey Connors. That's just like the same people.
Yep. Yeah. I don't mind Corey Connors this week either. But Siwoo,
he doesn't have any high finishes.
Quite a bit.
That's the problem.
Digging quite a bit.
Yeah.
I hear Knapp is probably going to be done until the U.S. Open, is what I hear. Jake Knapp.
Okay.
And he's going to get replaced by Sudarshan Yellamaraju. He's the next alternate.
He's in already.
He is in?
Based off of his finish today, I think it made it in by a fraction. The first alternate, there's a first alternate that's who the hell is it? I can't remember. Tom Hoagie. Tom Hoagie's the first alternate as of right now.
Okay. So yeah, everyone out there, just watch for Jake Knapp. He's probably going to get withdrawn, or he's probably going to withdraw. If he does, I'll remove him as soon as I see that. But as of now, he's still here. So be on the lookout for that. Jason Day, do 6th place finishes count? Because if they do, then
Jason Day
seems like a decent play
at $7,800. And you see, the thing is, like with this kind of a price tag, I'm cool going to Jason Day, who could short game his way to like a 13th place finish this week.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do I see J Day finishing like 4th because his irons have been sweltering and he hit like 60% of his fairways? No. Do I see him chipping in a couple times and short game wizarding? Yes, but that's typically not going to take you to the promised land. But at this price, I'm cool with it. Whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I also don't mind it, but someone who played J-Day at the Truist thinking he was going to do something. I have this love-hate relationship with Jason Day. I am forever happy and grateful that he helped me win a GPP when he took down the Valero, the Charles Schwab Challenge or whatever that Texas event he won. I won a GPP. Yeah. I won a GPP that week, so that was great. Outside of that, he used to be blacklined. I used to just cut him out of the player pool because I was never going to play him because he's withdrawn on me so many times. I don't know, man. It's hard to. I have very mixed feelings about Jason Day.
Me too. But the fact that I'm mentioning him should give us hope that there's a world where Jason Day can be the guy to get it done for us.
Yes.
In 3 to 5% of our lineups.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. JJ Spawn has a victory, so he fits the top 5, I know Kenny Kim likes him.
Yeah.
I'm very vocal, or my opinion's always been known about my dislike of JJ Spawn, but
I had a lot of JJ Spawn that's all hanging out in the first round of best ball. So a lot of lineups sitting in dead in the first round.
Yeah.
Was not good to start the year, but looking good now.
Yeah. Mav McNeely does not fit. Jacob Bridgman, believe it or not, does not fit. You remember when that guy had just a string of top 20s, top 10s? Was it top 20s?
My hat is still there. Oh, in the spot that I threw it to.
Yeah, go watch last week's video.
That's
how we ended our stream. Oh my God, it's so good.
I was tilting. So I'm in a much better. There's been so much more sun on my skin in the last 7 days leading up to today than last week. So we're a lot happier. Christopher Ryden, for those of you unaware, I was telling Darby before the stream, like I've got him in a lot of preseason year-long formats, and he's in 2 of my $150 Pat Mayo Open lineups. So if I can get those 2 lineups through to the next round, they're both sitting second and first. I make like $3,200 just off of those 2 guys getting home, and one of them's got Scotty in it. So, and I'm the only person I checked in the the other contest that I'm in that's got Matt Fitzpatrick and Cameron Young in that lineup. You had last year's, I think you had like 30 or whatever million to spend on players using last year's earnings. So Matt Fitzpatrick and Cameron Young were 2 obvious guys that didn't earn as much as they should have last year. And hilariously, they were 2 guys that have won like half the tournaments this year. Continuing down the odds board over here.
Yeah.
So sorry. I'm
all
very
good,
distracted today.
Batia does not fit, but I do like Batia.
Yeah.
Minwoo does not. Oh, he does. Never mind. He has a 3rd place finish 7 weeks ago. So he does. Okay, cool.
He's got distance to carry all the bunkers, and he's been working on his wedge play a little bit. Who knows?
Adam Scott fits.
Yeah.
Ricky Fowler now fits.
Yep.
Keegan does not. You like Keegan this week, right?
Last year in the PGA 8th, 4 weeks ago 12th, and course fit, course history. Those are nice things to see there. And it's northeast.
Yep,
Keegan in the northeast.
He does play well in the northeast. Yep,
on bent greens. So.
Yeah. Kitty. Well, he did win in 2018, the BMW in 2018, right? Yeah, and that was at this golf course that the PGA is on, PGA Championship. Kurt Kitayama is just outside of our top 5 criteria.
Can we say like 2 top 10s counts as 1 top 5? I feel like that's fine in my department. Yeah. I'll give it to him.
I do like Kurt Kitayama. He I think he can do really well at this golf course. Like he's pretty solid. Tee to green. Actually, I'm gonna look at that right now. Go down to Kurt Kitayama. Yeah, that's
very good.
1.1. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And who cares about this? But this looks good. Okay.
Well, yeah, his tee to greens over a stroke and he's losing around the greens. That's like perfect.
Yeah. Woodland fits because he won.
Mm-hmm. Sneaky good wedge player as well.
Yeah.
You don't realize that for how hard and far he hits it.
Sungjae just got a top 5, or where did he end up finishing at the Truist? Because he was leading this event for a while.
He was leading it and could have finished outside the top 10. That's the kind of golf he was playing. T5.
Okay, so he fits. Harris English, your boy.
My boy.
I was anticipating hearing you talk about his major championship success of not so much just the made cuts, but that's what you had mentioned on the Fantasy Golf Degenerate podcast.
Yeah.
It's like 85% or something like that.
Yeah, he's inside. He's made, like, if you just want to find Harris English, just go filter by made cuts in majors. And what is this? Where the hell is he now? I'm joking to you guys. He's, oh God, there we go. No, that's Padraig. Fuck you, Byron. What are you doing? Okay. Just click the right thing. Yeah, dude. Where the hell are we? Yeah, major, 84% of the time. But my issue with Harris is the iron play at this golf course is obviously good putting at this golf course, but he's just not the greatest wedge player, which I had a massive issue with Harris. And that's why I'm like a little reserved on him, is I like him on bigger boy golf courses where he's like, like this is a concern for me.
Yeah.
And that's a concern for me, like
his total ball striking is actually it's less than 0.3 strokes. So off the tee, he's at 0.27, and then approach, he's break even, but that together is not what we saw being successful at this golf course in the past.
Like if we were going to Quail Hollow for like a golf course like that, I would take a chance on him because he's just much better from 200 plus, like the way he drives it, the way he hits his long irons, and then naturally with longer irons, you're going to be chipping and putting more, which is very good at. So
I like it.
Not this week for me.
Not this week. Yeah, and I'm probably going to limit my exposure to him now that we talked about that. Berger does not fit. Clark does not fit. Homa, ninth place finish if you want to include that, but it's not a top 5, obviously. He doesn't fit.
He's also course fit, bent grass wizard, Max Homa.
Okay.
Like if you're looking for, he's $7,000, like something's going to be wrong, obviously. What's good? Putting on these Bermuda, like he can luck box his way up there.
This is really interesting looking at the rest of these golfers that are on the page right now. DJ on down. Nikolai has a second place finish 7 weeks ago. Noren has a 7th place finish 2 weeks ago. Nobody else in this list of golfers fits that trend that we were looking at for Aronimink. And I mean, if I go down the list, are you interested in playing DJ this week?
No.
Are you interested in playing Cam Smith?
I will have a little bit because maybe he chips and putts his way to some 17th place finish at $6,900. He's also my guy, but don't like what's going on with him right now. Miscut at the Masters, wop wop, yikes. Another miscut.
I actually kind of have interest in DJ, by the way.
He's not a good wedge player, man.
No, I know, but this is more of a gut feel thing. This isn't
Sure.
I'm going to tell you from the statistical analysis why he's a good play. I just have more of just a gut feeling.
Okay.
Noren, I like Noren. Are you playing Noren?
Yeah, I think this is a very good course for him.
Nice.
Yeah.
How about Harman?
Yeah. I think also like when we're going to jump to my stuff later and just like do major track record and just see how like guys have popped in majors. Brian Harman is one of the guys that's won a major,
yeah, that's true.
And it's a short golf course, right? Like what happens to Brian Harman at these major events? He gets penalized for not having any distance off the tee. He's going to be the guy that's going to hit all of his drives short of these bunkers to the fat parts before them. And then dial in, he's a very good wedge player, and a good short game artist. So I think there's an avenue for him to Webb Simpson his way, Justin Rose his way to success at this golf course.
Yeah, you would have to. I mean, you did a good job of selling him for me. I just, it's very difficult for me to play Brian Harman ever. So
$6,800 in a major,
there's some
top tens. Would you be
$5,700.
shocked?
I know, but there are some $5,700 golfers that I like too. So I can easily skip over Harman because of how soft pricing is. He is at a good price tag, but I think there are more interesting golfers than him.
Yeah. And his recent form makes me think that he's in control of his game. He's finished like no worse than 40th.
Yep.
Has it been great? Maybe, the lack of distance isn't helping him get all the way up there, but it's not like he's missing cuts, making, like he's solid. I like that. $6,800.
Yeah. Thigala almost fits, but it's not a top 5. He's got a 10th place finish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does he have a good course fit here, do you think? Like what's his wedge game like? I know he's like miserable off the tee, or used to be.
As bad as you think. 38th in wedge play from the fairway, but then when you get in the rough, he's 105th.
He doesn't fit our off the tee approach, the ball striking stuff. Yeah, off the tee is miserable.
Yeah, it's not good. He's inside the top 20 in approach play from 200 plus.
God,
which,
look at Harman. I'm sorry. I just looked negative, and he's got that good of. I mean, that's I guess last year. If I did last 7 weeks, off the tee is awful.
You see, I think like around a golf course like this, Harman can land up, gaining strokes off the tee.
You think so?
Yeah, because
but okay, we could use Kevin Na as an example from the 2018 BMW Championship. He was coming into the event with negative 0.3 strokes off the tee and had negative 0.3 strokes off the tee, or either negative 3 or negative
4. He lost like 4 strokes in total off the tee. Kevin Na.
Oh, I'm not gonna go back there. That's fine.
No, I'm very certain it was like 4 total strokes. It wasn't point. It was like
you're right. It was like
a lot of. It's like surprising
3.8 or something. Yeah, okay,
surprising how many he lost. I don't see Harman losing that many because he's just short. He's not inaccurate. Like he's just short. So
okay. Scrolling down, we were just on Thigala. Now we're on Rye. Rye, I think, has a 4th place finish now, right at Myrtle Beach. I think that's what it was.
Myrtle Beach.
It was 5th.
Yep.
So he'll fit. Mitchell does not fit. I'm not even interested in playing Mitchell.
No.
Brennan does not fit.
No.
Echeverria does not fit. Pendrith does not. Denny McCarthy does not. Rasmus Højgaard does not. Nikolai Højgaard does.
Twice. Yeah. And Nikolai's got this beautiful thing. I didn't mention him too much on the FGD show, but I was like eyeing out a 125-1 outright on Nikolai, but he doesn't have a good enough like major track record. So I don't think I'm going to be betting him, but he's definitely going to be in my player pool for DFS because he has enough distance to fly bunkers, and he's also got very good wedge play. Does Nikolai Højgaard. When I saw Nicholas Echeverria, I was like, what is he doing losing off the tee and on approach? But he's, gaining. He's doing that wonderful thing, and obviously in fantastic form. He just finished second at the Truist. So Nikolai is one of the few guys that has like good long irons and good wedges. Well, that's long. It's one of the rare. He's a rare breed.
Yeah, those stats look great. His ball striking stats are phenomenal.
Yeah.
Just trying to look at some of these other golfers that are close. I mean, Michael Brennan, holy crap. We know he's good off the tee, and I think he definitely will have that opportunity to gain a lot of strokes off the tee this week. That's okay, in my opinion. He's not an elite golfer, and at $6,600 to get to 1 stroke ball striking, it's not terrible. What is his wedge game like? Awful?
Michael Brennan is the best in strokes gained from 50 to 100.
Really?
It's kind of funny to see when it comes to strokes gained. from 50 to 100, he's first, and then long irons, he's eighth. So it's not going to be good from this range. But again, even if you're bad in this area, if you are gaining 0.9 strokes off the tee, as long as you just like okay with your wedges like this, you're still going to be fine. That total ball striking is going to add up over time.
The only thing that Michael Brennan is really bad at is around the green. Like he's just awful.
Yeah. And hopefully,
that's a decent consideration.
Well, if you think about how far he hits it, he's going to have ample opportunity. And now, look, this is probably a very small sample size, but the fact of the matter is that it's still number one from 50 to 100, where he will likely have his Rory average. So he'll have at least 3 chances from that range for sure. Like maybe more. That 6 could easily turn into a 4 or 5, depending on the firmness of these courses and things. Like these buckets, that's how the buckets are going in those numbers over here.
I like how you did that there. And also at the same time, we are you said at the top of the hour all the time. We are 1 hour and 15 minutes it's been. So every 1 hour 15 minutes we'll run this.
Thank you. You are doing a fantastic job herding me today. I must say, you are doing a phenomenal job. All right, so we're going to just stay on the screen right here and put this. I'm going to go with, okay, you were just looking at the screen. Strokes gained. I had a trivia question for you guys. Oh man, but it's the answer's too hard. Sorry, I'm derailing the whole momentum of the show here now. But that's what you get for making me do this after I promised to do so. All right, this is pretty simple. Who is the perfect strokes gained approach option for this golf course based off of the micro model, just based off of like ball striking numbers that we've seen? We've already spoken about him. He's in the $7,000 range. The first person who tells me who the best golfer is on approach at this golf course gets a free month in the Model Maniac Patreon. Hit me up in the chat right now. Darbo, this applies to your chat as well, which I cannot see. So if anyone mentions this guy in yours, gets a free month in the Model Maniac Patreon. If
you're that chat, answer up in the chat, and I will repeat it.
Yeah, and for those of you that are listening post live, which will likely be the majority of you, PGA 26 gets you in to see everything behind the paywall for 50% off the first month. You can do like lots of people have done and jump in and then cancel right away and hurt my feelings, not even get a feel for what's going on before making that harsh decision and giving me double notifications. You arseholes. But I'd love your arseholes in my Discord as well for 50% off the first month. So, but also it's late. We're not getting much love. So whenever that comes through, if you've listened and you just throw that person's name in the chat randomly, we'll get there. But until then, back to Darbo's. I mean, do we want to even keep going down this? I guess we want to see a couple guys that might have a spike.
I'm gonna point out some names that I think are gonna be good plays, even before finding the second place finishes, which we're gonna get to some of these guys down here that seem to be pretty decent plays.
Yeah.
I am actually, when I was looking at stats, I am a bit more encouraged to play Mitchell and Brennan because they have such good ball striking stats.
Yeah.
But moving on from them, Ryan Gerard also has good ball striking stats. Doesn't fit that second place mold that I was looking for, or that I should say top 5. But I think he's a good play. Michael Kim. Even before seeing he had a second place finish within the last 7 weeks, I was kind of considering Michael Kim in my dummy lineup because $6,300 allows you to do a lot of stuff with one Scotty Scheffler.
Mm-hmm. Even Rory, Rory's still kind of spendy, so having some value guys around Rory will help a lot.
Michael Byrne in my chat says Rose.
No, but I will let people fire off as many guesses as they want since we're struggling for engagement here. So, whoever you think it is, let me know. and I'm not owling at you for no reason. There's a reason I'm doing that. So if you don't get the next answer correct, then you are not picking up on what I'm putting down.
I know you're a fan of Aldrich, not Eldrick, but Aldrich this time around. Is he a good fit for wedges? Not so much. No,
not a good wedge player, but he's elite from 200 plus, which are 3 par 3s and 2 par 5s, potentially a par 4. You know, like, so he'll have 5 shots at it for sure with like what he's very good at. And he's got no problem hitting even 3-wood over some of these bunkers.
Gotcha.
So,
and there's what OB on one hole. Did you say?
And it's left, so I don't see him having a problem with that. He'll.
And I didn't really see much water, right?
Yeah, there's water on hole 10, and that's it really.
4 water holes.
Yeah, if you look at one of the par 3s, it's you got to like carry it 180 on a 220 yard par 3. You know, like if you're hitting it in that order, your name's Bobby Mack.
Yeah, one of those holes that good call. But one of those holes that stats say that water's on, but only a bad shot would find the water.
If you're a PGA professional and hit your golf ball in any water on these par 3s, just walk off the golf course because you don't have it that day.
Looking at you, Michael Block. Looking at you. Michael Byrne guesses Keegan Bradley.
No. I've asked you guys to see who has the best approach play at this golf course.
Aronimink.
For this golf course, using their approach buckets. I'm asking you to see who has the best approach play for this specific golf course. I'm not giving this thing away for free. You're going to have to get my clue.
Okay.
But Aldrich, right. I will be playing a little bit. I think his potential is like very high. His safety is like he plays high. You know, like but that's fine. He's cheap. I'm not gonna like have him in more than 10% of my lineups. Maybe not even more than 5. But he's probably gonna chip his way out of this tournament like very soon. It's not a good course fit for him, I don't think.
Just a yes or no here. Adam Scott.
Yeah.
Was it Adam? No.
No.
I'm saying for the giveaway. No. I just don't want you to get all salty with my chat over here.
Yeah. Your chat is not picking up what I'm putting down. I'm asking you to see who has the best approach play for this very specific golf course based off of what they've done from various proximity buckets over the last 12 months.
I think we're gonna get it. I think. Yep.
I'm rooting for your chat hard. At this point, we're not ending the stream until Michael figures this out for us.
All right. I said I was going to go down this list, and I haven't really like fast. I like Kim.
Well, it's Michael's fault. We'll play Michael.
Wrighton.
You have to.
Yeah. Smalley.
Yes, have to. Jesus, look at that.
Shaper is a South African, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you give any insight on this, my South African friend?
Casey Jarvis is the guy I'd rather have than Jaden Shaper.
Okay. Sam Stevens has a 5th place finish. That's a lot of top 20s. That looks pretty good.
Looks good.
All right, Michael Byrne. Michael Byrne says Siwoo.
There we go. There we go.
Michael Byrne, you're gonna have to reach out to BYRON through X. Through X,
or just jump into the Model Maniac Discord. Like, go find it, Model Maniac Discord on Discord. You can just jump in there, or just message me on X, or you can sign up for the Patreon for free and then message me on there. However you want to go about it, Michael. Let me know. My phone number is 5156. No, I'm just joking. Not giving you that, and it doesn't start with 515 either. Back to our tedious stroll down this board.
Yeah. I don't really care for a lot of these golfers. Fitzpatrick, holy shit, dude. He's just shown how much. It's crazy, dude. Holy hell. What a jump off. You know, if people were really mad about the nepotism that came with the Zurich, I feel like he's probably proven that he belongs here.
Yeah.
Has to have, right?
100%. I mean, he said in his interview that he hasn't woken up yet, and it's probably for the best, because when he realizes what he's actually doing. Has anyone like got their PGA Tour card and then just rattle off 3 top 10s right away? Almost winning a signature event in one of them. Like, it's not like he's showing up and going to the Butterfield Bermuda in his first 3 starts. You know, like he played the goddamn Truist, dude, with everybody
at Quail.
It's like incredible. But I think he's obviously very talented. But what ownership does this guy come in at $5,900? Like,
I thought I would know how these things work, but I really don't. I think, you know, I think a lot of people, when they do build lineups on DraftKings, look at the fantasy points per game, you know, like right next to the golfer's name, and they look at all those other stats that come with, and his is just going to be tremendous. Like, it's going to be.
Way he doesn't project well, you know, like
he's gonna look like the best value in the 5K range. Like, absolutely.
You could almost comp him to Matt Fitzpatrick. You know, right
yeah, right.
Seriously, you know, which is insane to even say.
How do I link your Discord so Michael does not have X? And
I'll just I can't even send it. I will send it to you on Discord.
Yeah. Send it to me on Discord, and then I'll copy and paste it and put it in my channel.
Thank you.
Hi guys, Byron, being South African, were you aware of? Is that Premial before his win today?
No. Dude, did you see what he did on the DP World? Darbo. Sorry, hijacking your screen one more time. Yes, I just sent you the thingy.
Okay.
DM. You can take care of business there for me in the meantime. Dude, look at this situation. This is one of the most absurd things I've ever seen in my life. He finished 14 strokes. He beat
Holy!
He beat second place by 14 strokes. Second place was 14 under par, and he was 28 under par.
That's insane.
That is one. I don't even know what amount of strokes he gained on the field, because can you even see that for this? No, but I mean, Jesus, dude, he beat the guy by 14. He beat second place by 14.
Yeah.
Like, that's at least 14 strokes gained on second place.
Hey, can you go down to see who's at even par?
Yeah, the cut was like.
There's nobody even finished even par. Okay, I love when people do this. He won by as many strokes as second place had over 70th place.
Yes. Do you think he gained 28 strokes on the field?
The raw strokes gain stats would say yes. Like, it
roughly, you know.
Yeah, but it's obviously based off of adjustments per round. I don't know what that. He wouldn't gain 28, but he would gain probably 21, I think, or 22.
Depends how many people missed the cut, made the cut, whatever. Yeah, but
it's round by round. So ridiculous. Round 1 and 2 will go for everybody, and then round 3 and 4 the guys who made the cut. Yeah,
he gained 9 strokes in round 4. Like he had
no
the
one
best
was
round
even
of the day by
Hey, yeah,
that's so good.
What was he winning by? I guess we wouldn't know that. Never mind.
It's a bit of a clunky situation.
Yeah. Don't worry. Don't
the DP World Tour stuff. Unfortunately,
but let's say he had a 4-shot lead heading into this event. It's like, okay, all you gotta do is shoot 2 under, pal. You're gonna win. No, I'm gonna shoot 9 under. No fear.
Yeah. And it was like hot out the gate, man. 30 out the gate.
The guy was feeling it, man.
Didn't make
Feeling
a 5. Didn't make a 5. Incredible. So yeah, thank you for getting us on that tangent there, my friend.
Yeah. Well,
incredible.
The viewer said he shot a 70 in round 1, which makes it even crazier.
What is the par? It's a 72. So he went 26 under par in the next 3 rounds of golf.
Hey, I know someone who does that almost frequently. Scotty Scheffler.
Rory McIlroy, just the other way around. You know,
right. Okay. Hey, man, we're golf nerds. Like, I got no issue derailing a PGA championship to talk about someone who shot 28 under par and literally lapped second place. He lapped
him. And I mean, it's Dan Bradbury and Sean Norris and JC Ritchie, but there's Eugenio Chacarra shot 11 under par. I'm assuming he would have told you he played good golf this week.
Yeah.
And he lost by 17. he would have had to play another 6 rounds of golf.
6 rounds? Yeah. Well, I see what you did there. Yeah.
To get under par, like enough kind of thing. So
all right. So Alex Fitzpatrick is where we were. Mm-hmm. Harry Hall, thank you for sharing that Instagram or whatever on X about his dance party that he did. Like, that's insane.
He's so funny.
I didn't know he was that goofy.
He's such a goofball. And then he's also like, he does like in the life of, and he did like his day leading up to Peaky Blinders premiere and stuff. It's a good Instagram account. Go follow it. I almost thought it was like a troll Instagram account. It was that like crazy, but it's actually his, which is weird.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know he was like that. That was cool. That was funny.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No. Did you mention this guy's Angel Aora whatever on the FGD podcast? Okay.
No.
All right, we move on. Don't really care about any of these guys. Nick Taylor is interesting.
We'll get to him when we get to major track record. No
way! It's a Matt McCarty. God,
brutal.
Oh my God, dude!
I hate Matthews. They're the worst. They are the worst.
Then Hao Tong too. Well, I'll make these updates after the pod. This is upsetting.
We should call him Hyphen Lee.
Yeah,
for all the data bros out there.
Matt McCarty, I gotta look that up. I think he has a top 5 or a top 10.
Let's look. Leading into this week, he didn't top 10.
He had a 9th place finish at Cadillac, a 10th place at Truist. Okay, so he doesn't technically, he doesn't have a top 5, but damn, dude,
he's playing well.
Yeah,
I'll
have to do a bigger deep dive on him on my Tuesday video, because like I did that, or even Wednesday, like last Wednesday, I just, even our preview that we had, I know I mentioned this earlier, but Matt McCarty just popped because he was a short game guru, and it seemed like you wanted one of those guys, if not 2, in your lineup for Quail. I don't know if it's going to matter that much this week.
Get him inside 100 and we Gucci. He's like the iron play is not going to be what wins him this thing kind of thing. He's going to have to do the short game stuff.
I will say this. I've actually always said this about Matt McCarty. You get him on big greens, that's where you want to play him.
He made 3 50-footers in round 1.
Yeah.
3. So, yeah. I agree. And it's bent. It's bent. Big bent greens, which is like gives him more chance to flex hard.
Okay. All right. So yes to Matt McCarty. Apologize for no stats showing up. That's a Matt Matthew issue. I wish everybody just did everything the same and standardized, everything.
Keep your freaking birth name, dude.
Yeah. Let's see here. Ooh, RNP. Are you a fan of Rasmus Nygaard Peterson? I mean, this is all awful, but he does have a 4th place finish.
I've lost like 5 units on this guy this year, so I'm high on him, but he's hurt me severely because he's got like the similar kind of talent as what Wrighton does. You know, when you look at that it is so difficult to gain that amount of strokes off the tee.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, like, and it takes a special talent to be able to do that. I mean, look, Jesus, dude, you know, like,
yeah.
But he's just he does like, ugh, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Okay. That's a speculative play for me.
It's a
like I said, I like
frustrating
57. I said I like $5,700 golfers. It was literally Matt McCarty and Bud Colley were the main ones, but I also do like Max McGravy.
Sure. And Glover. I mean, might as well throw Glover in there. I feel like this is a kind of a golf course that gives him an avenue to kind of do what he does.
Sure.
Hit pound fairways, hit 145-yard shots to 10 feet and miss them all. You know, like, that's going to be Glover's blueprint this week for sure.
But you know what? I'm really okay. So 5K golfers, there are a lot of good names here that you could pair up with Scotty Scheffler. Just like I could even go to someone like Ryan Fox at $5,900. Not probably a great course fit, but someone that is just he can play good enough to finish inside the top 10. Like, I've got no issue with that. Yeah, Matt McCarty I like quite a bit. Probably gonna stay away from Stu Cink, although he's tearing it up on the senior tour.
I mean, if there's a golf course for Stu Cink I don't see him making enough putts around this kind of a golf course too. Who knows?
Bud Colley, I don't think has the strokes gain stats that I was hoping for, but I do like Bud Colley at this golf course. Actually, you tell me, is he a good fit, like with the wedge game? Like, what does it show on your? I'm asking for myself because I want to play Bud Colley, but I don't know.
I'm gonna just show you because the colors makes it look better.
Oh my God!
So if you can keep it in the fairway, Bud, you're gonna try and keep pace with the field from 200 plus, but anything inside 200 yards, cauliflower crust, like, let's go. You know,
but
like,
and if we're trying to build the best lineup, you would probably you would probably think if Bud Colley's in it, he's hitting the fairways, right? So
yeah, exactly. And it applies for this year, and it actually gets better this year than sorry.
Yeah,
this is strokes gained over the last 12, and then this is strokes gained over the last little while. So it's good, dude. Micro model wise, like, Colley just makes way too much sense, I think. But at the same time, I'm very worried about his major stuff. We're gonna write a lot of people off here shortly with major track record.
Okay. Matt Wallace has a second place finish and a top 20 last year at this event.
If you want somebody that's ball striking the literal living piss out of the golf ball, it's Matt Wallace, because he just couldn't putt this week, like, at all. And he's playing good golf on approach right now. That number is going to change drastically because Matt Wallace.
Well, that was long term. So I'm going to look at the short term here. Still negative.
Okay. Well, this week he gained 1.7 strokes per round. He was on approach. And if we just look at ball striking this week, Matt Wallace lost strokes to.
Will you share your screen?
Sure.
I don't have those stats yet.
No, you're fine. This is strokes gained ball striking for the entire tournament at the Truist. Okay. Alex Fitzpatrick led the field, which is like absurd.
Yeah, it is.
Gary Woodland was second this week. So Gary Woodland enters this week.
Good to know.
Ball striking, nice. There's Matt Wallace, dude. T37. Look at this. He lost 8 strokes short game this week.
Wow.
8.5 strokes short game if you're rounding up.
Yeah.
Like,
because that's average right there for the event. So that's per
Per
round.
round.
Yeah. So
round.
you're doubling.
Like 3 putt, miss birdie, miss par, made the birdie, hit a good chip on a par 5. You know, like it's just like it's just not good.
Yeah.
Short game. But again, any weak short game can just figure itself out. He's actually very good short game, actually, right? Like his profile, he's like a very well, like around the green and putting is actually above tour average. So whatever the fuck he was getting up to this week can be damned, right? Like, the short game's like whatever. So, yeah.
All right. Billy Horschel, Andrew Putnam, Johnny Kiefer. Those are the only 3 golfers that have a top 5, top 10 finish worth mentioning, I think.
I like Billy. He's like free at a wedge venue.
That's good to know. Yeah, 5,500 is a great price.
So, yeah.
How about Putnam? This seems like a good course for Putnam.
Makes perfect sense for him, for sure.
Okay.
Perfect sense.
That's all that I have with the whole going down the list. And
cool. Well, while it's fresh in our memory, let's take a peek here and just see what do we want to do. Do we want to do it where we got like his total top 2s, top 5s, top 10s, or do we want to see like majors by major?
Total.
Like this?
Yep.
Why is this? I hate how the freeze rules on Excel are different to
Google Sheets. Yeah.
It makes me want to kill myself. All right. So look at these guys have weird names. All right. Not going to need you in my life right now either. All righty. So this is how we are doing this. When I look at you, I am taking a rating of 10, giving you 10 points for a win, 7.5 points for a second, 5 points for a third, 4.5 for a fourth, 4 for 5, blah, 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 blah. 1.5 points, I think, for a top 20. So I'm basically looking for your very, your very best outcomes. Like this is what it looks like behind the scenes. These are, I guess we can do it like this if you really wanted to, and see how these guys have done in majors. So what I then do is get this power rating. So if you're just looking at like a power rating total for majors based off of, like wins, second places are meaningful to me because second places win you majors and, winning majors wins you majors. We spoke about that early. These are your guys. So I'm going to just tidy this up. This is still going to make its way into the model year at some point, but now it looks a bit better. Okay, so the more majors you play, the bigger your score can be. Does this look good? Just looking at it because it's bigger on my screen. Is it too zoomed in or not enough?
Yeah, it looks good on my screen.
Okay, so most of these guys have rating per start. I want to make sure that you have a decent amount of. If you don't have enough starts, I don't want you to like have a lack of total score. So I want to just see what your rating per start is, and most of these guys do, but there's some like differentiating situations. So let's go to this situation here and just filter on, go back down the board. Do we have a second place? Do we need the person to have a second place at his price? Do we want to look at, we can then figure out where we're going from there. Is that cool with you?
Sure.
Scotty, Rory will make sense, right?
Oh, yeah.
At this golf course, we've got a million of them. For me, I'm out on Bryson this week just because of the course fit. Like, I just don't see him paying off this price at any point in time, despite having second places in majors. I just think this venue is different too. Okay. John Rahm needs the special guy because John Rahm, right over here. These are John Rahm's Majors. I'll let you have a guess when Jon Rahm went to live.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a top 5 in a major since going to live. So, or maybe, maybe the Open, I don't remember. But like, I think he made the decision after the Open Championship. So, I'm out on Jon Rahm in general because I need him to show me what's up, man. Because the reason we are doing this is because majors like Waco Neiman, we've spoken about him already. Like, where is he going to be priced? $8,200. He's not necessarily playing the greatest golf, but people were like playing this guy nonstop, and you can look at the color coding. Like you're not seeing any colors in his line, until you get the 8th place at Quail Hollow, which is like a perfect golf course for him. And he was, I think, like T16 when he ended his round at Quail Hollow. And by the time the course turned and got like ridiculously difficult, he was just sitting watching himself climb the leaderboard as guys went through the Green Mile. So out of a fake news situation there. So, these two guys are very. John might be in my lineups, but not a lot because I just don't trust that recent major pedigree at all. And I just don't think Jon Rahm's a good enough wedge player either to separate himself at a golf course like this, despite being a good driver of the golf ball. Cameron Young doesn't have a major win, which could hurt his case, but he does have 1 second-place finish at the Open Championship. Xander, 2 major wins, 0 second-place finishes in that period, and a 3rd. So
to go back to Cam Young, I think you said on the FGD podcast that he's like one of the best wedge players or something to that extent.
Sure. Do you disagree with that, or
no? I want to
confirm.
I'm kind of, giving your podcast some light. Obviously, people know, but also at the same time, I'm just repeating something I thought I heard, just double checking.
Yeah. I mean, he's not actually this year the greatest, but out of the rough, he's, like if you're combining these two, his average is pretty good, So
right.
The way how far he hits the golf ball, he's probably going to be in the rough a bit more than most people anyway. So that's a good metric for him to have.
Right.
He's actually like the reason why I never graded out that great for Quail is if you see his ball striking numbers at Quail, he wasn't necessarily doing much because he's middle of the pack when it comes to 200 plus this year. And that's par 5 city where he struggles a lot.
That's
so
right.
It's likely got to do with him hitting long irons into bad spots. And he misses greens a lot, So thank you for asking that question. I think it made me confirm that I wasn't just talking shit, because sometimes you can just spew stuff out of your mouth sometimes, like why
spitball.
do you do that?
Okay.
Fitz has won a major, and is he a decent wedge player, Fitzy? Because he's a very good long iron player. There we go again. Stupid Google Docs, piece of shit app.
Yeah.
He's actually just this year. He's just been so good. I mean, this is why he's so consistent, man. Like, there's not a red box in any approach proximity. Like, you can drop his ball anywhere on the golf course with an iron, and he's going to be like, "Geez, dude, what inside the top quarter of the field?" Is this a range that he can chip with his left hand low from 50 to 100? Maybe he needs to start hitting shots from 150 to 100 to 150 left hand low. So Fitz has got that major. He can do it. I think Colin Morikawa, I've bet him to win this tournament at 40 to 1. I'm going to use him as my one and done this week. He's got major pedigree, and he's got just a smidgen of weird form not too long ago to like hurt his case. 2025 was a bad year for him. The media stuff happened before the Masters. Shocker, right? Outside of that, all 4 of his previous year, he finished top 20 in all 4 of those majors. So Colin Morikawa, you can actually get for a top 20 at plus 122. Shout out. These will be betted. Just waiting for other numbers to come out tomorrow.
Hey, why don't you put a bet on the Minnesota Timberwolves?
Don't make me.
Game's already over and they won.
It is. They won. Damn it. Hilarious. You idiot. Okay. Ludwig. This is going to be a cool one to see because Luddy, if you're taking a look at his PGA track record, it is not necessarily the greatest.
It's not great, Bob.
You know, like what sticks out to you? Yeah, this is like a Waco Neiman type situation. You know, early phases, but this is his like last 2 years of major track record. The only two top 10s and top 5s he has are at the Masters.
Yeah.
So
why does Kenny Kim like Ludwig so much?
He grades out well. If you take a look at he's a good wedge player. He drives the ball so consistently that he's just going to keep himself out of trouble all the time. And he's just got like massive upside, man. I don't know.
Okay.
It's his long irons are a little wishy-washy-ish. Mid irons, this year. Pretty good out the rough, pretty good from wedges. This is going to be a good wedge venue for him. But again, like the what hurts you in majors is your long iron play. Like that's the mid and long irons is kind of hurting Ludwig's case this year. Okay. So in my opinion, this means more to me than anything else. I don't really care. I'd rather be late on Ludwig in majors than early because he's going to have some ownership around him, and okay. Tommy Fleetwood has one top 5, one top 10, one top 15 since 2018 in PGA Championship. So like, and if you just take a look at his like recent major track record, he's finding himself like super comfortable hanging out, just making cuts and going. Like the Masters in 2024, him and kind of stormed up the leaderboard, wasn't quite winning that. I think this 5th place in 2023, he went out Saturday morning or Sunday morning and went like bananas. So it's been since the 2024 Masters that Tommy Fleetwood has had a top 15 in a major. He's only had 2 top 20s, so since then, which is interesting for someone that's this high priced. We've looked at Victor Hovland being quite poor to begin the year and not having good form or anything. I'd say he's in similar form to what he's been all year or most of his career, the last couple of years, right, Eric?
Mm-hmm.
And each year he's got like a random event in a major that he top 5s at. Like there's a top 5 basically every year of his last 4 in majors. So some guys like nut up for majors, some guys don't. Like he has 2 of his last 3 PGA championships have been top 3s. I think he was definitely playing better in this period of his life than, maybe
for sure. Absolutely.
But he's comfortable top 5ing in majors. Like there are guys that don't have top 5s. Like he has Hideki Matsuyama. His best PGA championship is a 16th over the last little while. His best major was his US Open stuff is banana land. Remember we went and deep dived his US Open approach numbers, which are better than Sam Burns' putting numbers at the Valspar.
Mm-hmm.
Like Hideki's approach numbers at US Opens are like much better. Look at Hideki's, like where are the colors with Hideki since his Masters win? And I think that's what keeps drawing everyone into Hideki at majors is this win. Because outside of that, we got a 4th place at the 2022 US Open, a 6th at the 2024 US Open. That is it, man. There are no other top 10s on his resume. So like for $9,200, you're not getting any like consistent major top 10s from Hideki. Now you're getting a million made cuts. This Quail Hollow MC at the PGA Championship last year was his first miscut since like I think we'll see on my entire chart. I don't think I have a miscut elsewhere. 2019, Open Championship. So
you would think too that this golf course would be okay for Hideki since it doesn't really put a huge emphasis on driving.
Well, we just said it's like total ball striking, and Hideki's like nuking himself with that. And I don't know. He's ridiculously good out the rough because he's always in it, and I think he's a definite fade candidate, although he grades out really well for me this week.
I wanted to look at Victor, like his lead-in performances for those top fives that you were showing.
Oh, okay. Yes.
And he's like right on par with like this year versus all of his other finishes that he had. So like his recent form 32.67, that's just his average finishing. Like it's not great, like this doesn't look good leading into this event. If we look at that 2025 US Open, look at that. It's like the same.
The same.
35.67. And then if I go to the PGA Championship and take a look at 2024 right here, I mean it's worse, 54.50. And then 2023, it's almost the same, 36.33.
So I think you can call Victor maybe like a method play when it comes to like majors. Just kind of have him in there, expecting a top 5 by the end of this year at some point. Maybe this is likely the year that we sit with egg on our face, because trends like this don't necessarily mean that much, but at the same time, sometimes they do.
Let me look at one last thing with Victor. I'm going through and looking at his strokes gain stats heading in. Everything's been 0.7 or greater. I have no idea where he is right now. It's close,
right on
I
the
guess.
Money.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is right on the money. It's just different because he normally drives the ball better. Like his other stats, he was driving the ball better.
Mm-hmm.
This is slightly worse than in his other events, or those other events that I was just looking at. Oh, that's last 7 weeks. Never mind. Just forget I said that. This is what we want to look at.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, he's giving you some hope. It's not like if he does this, it's not going to be shocking. I think we'll see. We'll see how it goes. He has a deck. He's like approach numbers for this golf course. And obviously, from the fairway out of 200 yards, he's like fantastic. And then inside 100, he's fantastic. He's not the greatest wedge player, which, it is what it is. But I'm curious like why he's grading out so well, because his micro model is like really good for me this week. I just wanted to double check. Like he's 13th in course fit model, and it's got a lot to do with his approach play. Like anytime you get a 200 yard plus number, I mean, he's gaining a 1/10 of a stroke on the field, per the micro model. And just anytime he's hitting an iron, he's doing it. But the further it is from the hole, or I guess that 100 yard and in, he's also very good from too. But like this stretch, we're going to see someone who's like a bit of a wedge merchant getting ahead of the field early in the round, and then you're going to get to the big boy, like 5 big boy shots coming down the final 5 holes. It's going to be good TV, if we have a nice tight event. It'll be fun. Tyrrell Hatton is still looking for his first top 10 since the 2018 PGA Championship. He does have a 4th at the US Open. He does have a 3rd at this year's Masters. So, I mean, that's a good situation to find yourself in with Tyrrell. But there was a period in time since he's gone to live, he's actually got much better in majors. Like, look at this. It's the 2019 Open Championship was his last major top 10 prior to his live situation, and then started finding he's had 3 top 10s in the last 9 years, nine events. That's a 33% top 10 rate for Tyrrell Hatton in the last small sample size. That's solid, right? I'll take it. Now is he going to win? His best major finish is a 3rd. So not a win or a 2nd. We'll see.
At that price though, I mean, I don't mind
fine. Yeah.
Top 5, top 10 from him.
Yeah. What is Tyrrell's situation when it comes to this? Where are you?
Yeah, I don't think you selected him.
Yeah, the stupid thing. This is like a weird course for him, because I probably put Tyrrell in like the average range of driving, right? So I mean, he's going to have like 150 to 200 5 times. So, but it's not like some courses you get 150 to 200 like 10 times. That's a very common range, for approach. This course has got like a lot of long shots and then a lot of wedges. So his like real skill set isn't going to be on display. And that's this year. If we're looking at the last year, it gets a bit better with the wedges. So this year's wedges have been a bit sporadic, but overall, we'll see. I don't know. I'm not entirely bullish on him. I know Kenny's quite high on Tyrrell. Maybe he gets it done, but historically he's struggled. Same with Patrick Reed. Jesus, he hasn't had a top 10 in a PGA Championship since he won the Masters. And all of his top 10s are at the Masters. So maybe we just leave.
Wow.
Maybe we just, like that's what his pedigree is built off of, is the Masters top things. 2018 US Open, last time he top 10 to other major.
I mean, if you ever listen to anyone talk about Patrick Reed, like especially PGA Tour players, he's one of the best around the ring, around the green golfers. Like they talk about his hands being like more elite than anyone else on tour.
Yeah.
But this doesn't seem like an around the green type of contest that we need to really care about.
Well, when you super good around the greens, you're going to be finishing top 40 often because you're making pars often.
You're going to save score. Yeah, you're going to save your scores. And why he's going to be so successful at the Masters is because it's the same golf course every single year. And like that does require good touch around the green. And the score is closer to par at the Masters more so than these types of tournaments. So yeah, I mean, I think I'll play Patrick Reed a little bit, but he's not a name that I really cared to play.
Yeah, I agree. I like I like the idea of it, but like looking at it on paper is like being rather disappointing. Patrick Cantley is someone that I can never get behind in majors, but he does have 2 top 10s in PGAs over the last little while. Overall, though, I mean, he's missed 3 of the last 4 majors. He's missed the cut and then did finish 12th at the Masters. He's been like, he just finished T10 today again, but just lacking top 5s, like just lacking top 5s. And overall, like he's got a couple solid finishes, but not often, for $8,900 guy.
He sits in that strokes gain, ball striking number that we're looking for, 0.6 or greater. He's right there.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. We'll see what he gets up to. I don't know what to do with him right now. Chris Gotterup, I like him in windy ass conditions. I think when we took a look at weather for the week, it was like kind of windy, kind of not at times. I mean, this is far out, but Thursday looks relatively calm until the afternoon-ish. Kind of breezy day on Friday. There could be some really fun stuff happening on Saturday in the afternoon for the leaders. You could see some big leaderboard switches if this maintains its course. And then everyone that played well kind of gets dinged in the morning on Sunday. So not crazy. I mean, this is the windiest day sustained at like 12, which is kind of like what we saw 2 days ago at
what do you have for his wedge game?
Chris Gotterup. I wish, and I can actually search for guys on this one without having to filter on them because there's only one name. The other cheat sheet has like 4 of that guy's name and just completely gets me off track. He's like very average.
Yeah, pass
across the board when it comes to irons. He's not elite iron. He's like elite off the tee.
Yep.
So,
and that's exactly what my stats say too. Yeah.
So, and the major pedigree is the Open Championship is really his only top 20 and it's very minimal. I've got a 60-61 Open Championship ticket on him. So future, Russell Henley, PGA Championships typically don't do him well. Thick ash rough. He's not a long hitter of the golf ball. That's okay. 3rd at the Masters, 10th at the Open, 10th at the US Open.
Wow.
Like this is some major shit. Like he's starting to get his stuff figured out in majors. 5th at the Open, 7th at the US Open. So 5 of his last 7 majors have been top 10s, bro. Like
just not super great at the PGA Championship for whatever reason.
Yeah, which this year I don't give a shit about, because
Yeah.
this year, if we go take a look at what Russell Henley, I mean, just find him. I saw his name.
Yep, right
Swear
there.
to God, I
Your
did.
mouse
There
is
we
right
go.
on
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Thank you. Out of the rough from inside 150, 13. Strokes gained from
pretty
the
good.
fairway, 100 to 150, 10th. Inside 100, 8th. The only issue is the long irons. It's like 42nd, which is still fine over the last 12 months.
Yep.
I think it gets a little bit worse this year when it comes to Henley's long irons. You know, he's drifting a bit, but again, you're still seeing some good mid iron play, inside wedge play from Russell Henley this year. It's a perfect situation for him. Mind your business on the long holes, dominate the short holes. He's going to make par on these. His short game has got so good. Remember when Russell Henley used to be like a team no putt? Now it's like what he's the best at. You know, like he's very.
You know what's
good
really funny? People look at stats and they're like, "Oh, Russell Henley sucks at putting," or they used to for a while. Yeah. Then you hear the broadcasters talking about Russell Henley's putting is like he's one of the best putters on tour. Like one doesn't match the other, but you know, is it the eyes of the experienced people that just are like, "Oh God, his stroke is so good," he, you know, whatever. Whereas, like, yeah, the stats don't bear it out. You know,
they were just looking into the future, because the way they spoke about him like 3 years ago is how they should speak about him now, and they don't do it as much anymore. I think they say he's a good iron player now. I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird. Jordan Spieth. Let's keep scrolling until we find a top 10 in a major. Okay, Masters, sure. Open Championship. Those are two golf courses that make perfect sense for him. This is also a week he's trying to win the Slam, right? So he came very close in 2019. It has been an eternity since Jordan Spieth has even topped. Jesus, his best finish since COVID is 29th in a PGA Championship. So I don't know. Spieth's, you know, good wedges, poor long iron play, kind of whatever. But again, not necessarily like thrilled about what Jordan can offer you.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. Shane Lowry, 3 top 10s in PGA Championships. He's got a major win, but it's been bad this year. You know, like it's been since Rory won the Masters, he hasn't been able to figure out how to do anything. So I do like the course fit for Shane. You know, lots of fairways, a lot of like mid irons for Lowry makes a lot of sense. You know, like this is like good. This is like a perfect situation for Shane. You know, approach play.
The trends on my side, he has 0, 4. So
absolutely. I mean, this, if you are reflecting on Shane, it's not going to look good. If you're projecting on Shane, you know, we can find something. He's $8,500. He'll probably be very low owned. I'll take a gamble on him.
Yeah, your course fit, I like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, Bobby.
Talked about him.
Two top 10s in the last 3. We spoke about him already. You know, he's got that major pedigree. He's got a second place in a major. All of that stuff. Ben Griffin is a long iron specialist, short game specialist. I don't like this golf course at all for Ben Griffin. He's not playing good golf right now. I was very bullish on him.
He is playing good golf. He is playing good golf.
No, he's not. he had one good finish, Darbo.
A 3rd and a 10th.
Okay, 2 finishes. And then what? What did he get up to?
Did he play this week? I don't even remember.
Yeah, he shit the bed. He was like looking good after a while, and then completely sucked it up.
Oh God, yeah, DFL pretty much.
Yeah, he was inside the top 15 at one point, you know, after a round. So he just maybe first round leader Ben Griffin.
Oh, Zurich is where he got his 10th. I'm like, wait, why is it not showing on DraftKings? I'm looking at a different page. Go on.
Waco Neiman, you know, we just did his thing. No colors until you get to the Quail Hollow 8th place finish. Then missed 2 more cuts after that. Sorry, can't do it. You know, like Sam Burns, some decent track records, 2 top 20s in the last 4. He's got a 7th at the US Open, a 7th at the Masters, a 9th at the US Open, starting to top 10 like semi-regularly in majors. And now we get ourselves on Bent Grass, which we spoke about. Sam Burns doing very good stuff on that. So I like Sam's major.
I like Sam as well.
Marco Penge will be playing his second PGA Championship. Did well at Quail, makes lots of sense. Perfect golf course for him. But again, health issues, major pedigree, doesn't quite have any top 20 upside yet. Sepp Straka, 7th at the 2023 PGA Championship was good. And then he's got a second, and the 2023 year was very good for him in majors. Still looking for another top 10 since. Great course fit, though, as we spoke about. Siwoo Kim is same situation as Sepp. Both fantastic course fits. Both have never really done much in majors for the most part. Siwoo has really struggled in majors. We are looking at one top 10 so far. That's it. That is it. Wow. So the 2025 PGA Championship for Siwoo at Quail Hollow, which he graded out number 1 in my model for last week, course fit-wise, makes a lot of sense. This week makes a lot of sense as well, but he just doesn't have it in majors. He just doesn't get it together for some reason. Look at this. This is a very bad track record for someone who's typically very consistent. Like in majors. So I'm out. Maybe I'll play a bit of Siwoo. We'll see how popular he gets.
I gotta play Siwoo.
You got to. Corey Connors hasn't had a top 10 in a PGA Championship. He might also be a Masters merchant, but at $7,900, you can see him getting some stuff done. For Corey, Jason Day, he's got a 4th at a PGA and a 2nd and a major. The 2023 Open Championship, 8th at the Masters. So he's comfortable performing in majors, just not very often, but again, he's $7,800, play him in 5% of your lineups, and, maybe he short games his way into a top 10 somehow. Jake Knapp looking for a first made cut at the PGA Championship. He likely doesn't even get a chance to do that because he probably withdraw.
Right.
Maverick McNeely had his first top 20 in a major at the Masters, which was an 18th place finish. Maverick McNeely in the world golf rankings is 28th in the world. He's 32nd in data golf points, 16th in data golf ranking. He's the 16th best golfer in the world, and his data golf ranking is higher than his best major finish. That's never good. If your data golf ranking is higher than your major finish, I'm out. It just means you can't figure it out.
Well, at his price, isn't that kind of like where he should be?
Well, if you yes, it's where he should be, but there are better options. Look at these best major finishes for everyone below him.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's better options for him. If you look at Mav in isolation, this is commendable. It's solid. He's got 5 consecutive top 40s. That's maybe what you want to be looking at for Mav, like a top 40 bet type situation. He drives the ball very well, but just can't seem to get it home right now.
It makes sense.
But fair price, fair price. JJ Spahn, US Open champ. So he's got that going for him, playing good golf. I love the course fit for JJ. No issues with his major pedigree, given the upside that he does possess. 23rd at the Open, the next major. Akshay is a major problem. He's
ick.
If we're scrolling until we get into the 6K range, if I don't see any color in your row, that's no top 10s, and that's no good for me. I need at least one, man. But now with Joe Greiner, we could be seeing some better stuff, but he did miss the cut.
Do you watch the lads at all, or on YouTube?
No.
He and Jason Day played Quail Hollow, and it was interesting, but at the same time, there is a bit. So it was cool to listen to Joe talk about Akshay and all that stuff, and it was cool to listen to their relationship. It seems like that's a good pairing.
Yeah.
It also helped me understand that maybe Akshay overcomplicates golf to some extent when it comes to what he tries to do on the golf course.
Yeah. Are you referring to what he spoke to him on the 17th hole at Sawgrass conversation? Or was that the Jason Day?
Well, that's another one. No, well, that's a whole different video, but yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
And I mean, they that way they talked it through properly on 17 at Sawgrass. No, it's they weren't ever really talking anything about strategy when they were playing with Jason Day. It was more or less talking about their relationship together. So you mentioned like the Joe Griner thing, and it like that's why I said it seems like it's a good fit. So that only boosts, in my opinion, the performance of Akshay. I was just more concerned listening, going, there's a lot of shit that's going on in that guy's head, which I get because there's always a lot of shit going on in my head whenever I go golfing. So maybe it's a good thing, but it also, if his performances at PGA Championships and also just in majors are not that great, eventually it's going to turn around. Are you kind of like,
I'll play him in the major after that?
Okay.
Which could be in a year's time. It could be in 2 years' time, whenever. Gotcha. But I'm totally in paradoxical fashion to rather projecting than reflecting. I'm going to be okay being late on his projections. You know, like you can't, like gut feel stuff, right? Whatever you want to go with. Bridgman, man, he did. I do believe he had his first. Jesus, are they changing this on me like every single time I go in here now? Now we got to go find it somewhere else. The hell where did they put this? Jesus, now it's over here. Okay.
True.
See, these people are pissing me off late at night. I'm going to have to DM them. Oh my God. Dude, he's got one of these around. One of these a tournament now.
That's nuts, dude.
That's 78 nuts. Today. 78. He lost 7.5 strokes, dude.
Holy crap.
Like he's done this in 2 first rounds now at the RBC Heritage and the Cadillac. So he's now shot, I think, a 79, a 78, and a 77 in 1 round of the last 3 tournaments. It's turning into a showdown guy only, but even then it's not like, it's frustrating. I think we might have seen a heater versus a coming home or a, what do you call it? A breakout. I think it might have been more of a heater than anything else for Bridgman. Still that looking sucks, for a first.
I was pretty excited to play Bridgman after he had all of his success. I'm like, oh, this guy is very consistent. And it's 7K or 8K price tags that he's been consistently. It's like, that doesn't seem like it's good enough, and he hasn't performed well since, that 4 tournament stretch where he won and had.
It was like, I think it was like 6 or 7. It was like
yeah. It
was a good run. It was literally
the
once they got to the East Coast, shit went south for him, or the Masters. I think the Masters was where he kind of fell apart.
Yeah.
But now we get to a range that's like just flipping brimming with like pedigree, like whether it's old finishes or recent, we don't know. We'll find out. But this like early 7K range is kind of, a little scatter plotted type situation. Adam Scott. Just also look at this major situation, dude. Like we got to go all the way to 2000 pre-COVID was Adam Scott's last major top 10. I lie. 2024, he finished 10th, but still, that's not inside the top 10. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I should probably change the color codes there for some. Why did I? Stupid ADDH brain. But $7,500.
Seems good.
It's fine. What's he going to be? Your 4th guy in your lineup?
Yeah.
Whatever. But again, to win a GPP, don't you need top 10s?
Well,
especially in majors where contests are the biggest,
especially something like a major championship, you're going to want to at least have 4 golfers inside the top 10, with the other 2 having exceptions being outside of the top 10, but being inside like the top 12 of DK scoring. Yes, because DK scoring can get different with guys outside the top 10.
Eagles.
Yep.
Under par rounds.
But the placements of 1st through 5th place are going to be really important.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So but as your 4th click, still like like this 3rd place is a slightly misleading. That's why you gotta like scroll. Minwoo Lee in majors makes a lot of sense. This 2023 was at Oak Hill where Brooks won, I think. Makes tons of sense. Just nuke it off the tee, long irons for days. That's not this week. But again, he's now trying to make the cut in a major for the first time in 5 starts. He's missed 4 straight major cuts. If we scroll to the right-hand side here, that 2023 fifth place finish at the US Open is his only top 10 in a major, man. So, he's not necessarily coming in with the greatest form either. He shot 64 today. Congratulations. You still finished 17th or 11th or whatever, right? Where did he come in? Yeah. 14th, he shot 64. So, everything else, one good round isn't going to change my mind about your major pedigree.
Yeah. I've never really had I've never really felt that strong towards Minwoo Lee. I just can't stand really playing Minwoo, I guess.
No, he showed up playing solid-ish, and then I started betting him outright. Same stuff as Bridgman. I'm glad we got off that topic quicker than last time round. But Minwoo is a 200-plus guy. Wedges, he's middle of the pack or worse. For the chef to not have good feel from 50 to 100, that's not even like a full swing, bro. It's like a little pitchy woo-woo, which is not good for old Steve. Keegan, 8th in the last PGA Championship at Quail, 7th at the US Open in 2022. He is a major winner, and he loves this golf course. I'll take a gamble on him. We at least got one recent top 10 and 4 consecutive top 40s. For a $7,400 guy, I'm cool with it, right? A little bit of upside, some solid 4, great course history, good price, decent form coming in. I think he played okay at Quail. Ricky Fowler, bro. The fact that we don't have a PGA Championship, that was the US Open where he finished 5th. He shot a course record in round 1 and still managed to finish 5th. So emotional support water bottle didn't quite get him across the line there in California. Stupid. So stupid. He was holding it on the way to the clubhouse after missing his bogey putt. Punt that thing into the sun, brother. Get something alpha male in your hand instead of this hippie ass, bitchy ass water bottle.
So stupid.
It's so stupid. Rather get a ball and chain with spikes on it or something. Anything apart from that.
The fact that we called it an emotional support water bottle is so stupid.
I know. One of my friends had a hand sanitizer inside a pink fluffy flamingo. You might as well just get a pink fluffy flamingo case and put it over that bottle. I don't know. Kitayama in majors. We got to go back to 2023 PGA Championship for him to show up inside the top 10, and that's it. This was Oak Hill. Bomber's Paradise. It's a perfect course fit for Kurt Kitayama. This week, what does Kurt Kitayama get up to when it comes to wedge play? He's solid-ish and actually struggling from 200 plus right now. But that's this year. If we're looking at the last full year, solid from 100 to 150, solid from 150 to 200, and solid. He's a very good all-round iron player.
I like it.
So, but we know that with Kurt Kitayama, and yet we're still looking for results to translate. The last little while, it's been you're not even getting top 20s from him until 2023 one time, and that's not even remotely close to the course we're getting this week. So I think I'm actually out on him. I think he'll be quite popular, and I think I'm out.
Okay.
If I'm just giving my general opinion on him, I'm in on Gary Woodland because I think Gary's also this year. I think strokes gained approach 2026 is Gary Woodland's tab. Also, tell me when we need to stop doing this. I'm trying to rush as much as I can in here because I like doing this stuff. But if you start getting bored, let me know.
I'm not. I'm not bored. I will say let's do a hard out at least in the next 20 minutes. Midnight.
Perfect.
Let's just do.
Yeah. I mean, by the time we get into the 6Ks, we're starting to lack. We can speed it up there. Harris English, again, if you take a look at his major track record, it's so much better. Look at all this color. There's a lot of color for Harris. Again, I don't know how about the course fit makes sense. Sungjae Im is just zero upside in majors. The Masters, he's a Masters merchant.
That's so crazy to think.
This was his first major top 10, I think, in a non-Masters. Yeah. So, like, is he going to do what he did? The way he was playing golf, I don't know if that's going to be major worthy this week.
Yeah, there's a lot to be
so sporadic, bro. It was like, how the hell did he play so well? How did he finish 5th this week? He was missing. He missed. I think he had like 6 3 putts this week.
Yeah, but he got super lucky on a lot of shots.
Yeah.
There was one chip shot that he had today. At least one of the holes that I watched was screaming going into the hole. Like, it was screaming going towards the hole, hits the pin, and then it bounces off. And then he missed that putt. So it wasn't like he really capitalized on it, but still.
Wyndham Clark, random 4th place finish at the 2025 US Open Championship, and then the win. So Wyndham Clark has 2 top 5s in majors. He's also got 2 top 30s in majors only. He's 2 top 5s or he's 2 top 30s. So is he giving you nearly enough upside? There's way too much like risk, in my opinion, and I just don't see him playing good enough golf to like get it home. Max Homa as well, like it's kind of Masters merchantry as well for him the last little while. 9th, 12th, 3rd, but that's all bent grass. He's putting very good on bent. DJ has left the dance floor since Live. 10th at the US Open at LACC, right? And then that's it, kind of thing. So not good for him. Alex Noren, 17th at last year's PGA Championship at Quail. 30th at the Masters, 17th at the Quail PGA, 13th at the 2024 Open Championship, 12th at the 2024 PGA Championship. Now we're in the 6K range, and we're seeing multiple top 15 finishes from this guy. So
he was one of the golfers I asked you about earlier because he kind of fits the molds that I'm looking at, the trends I'm looking at.
But he hasn't had a top 10, which is interesting. But still, like $6,900 in 11th place, decent course fit. If he plays well in majors and the course fit is good, I like that combination. Like he could spike because he's comfortable mentally in majors. I'm out on Cam Smith, dude. For the most part, sprinkle, but 6 missed cuts in a row since going to Live. Disgusting, gross. Brian Harmon, 2021, 2023 Open champion, 2022 Open champion, 6th place, sorry, and 19th, 21st, 26th, 10th, all Open championships for the most part are his best finishes. So is this Open-y? I don't know, but Open championship courses are a little shorter than normal anyway. So maybe it fits. Seth Theegala still looking for a finish better than 9th, which I think was also at the Masters. 2023. Since then, no top 10s. You'd make a decision what's going on there. Aaron Rai doesn't have a finish better than 19th. I'm easy just skipping him. Same with Keith Mitchell, nothing better than a 20th. Taylor Pendrith, last year's PGA at Quail, got great course history there. I'm going to kind of just ignore that because everything else is okay-ish. Like whatever. He's like kind of a kind of guy, right? Like there. Nico is interesting to me from a course fit perspective. Short golf course.
Yep.
Nico.
And there's no water. There's no real trouble.
Yeah. So hasn't played great in majors, but Nico's not very long, not very strong. He's not hitting himself out of thick US Open rough. But also
we're just kind of hoping that he will find a hot, game basically, because that guy can get birdies in bunches.
He's perfect for GPP. Not a cash game play at all. $6,600 GPP. Put him in 5% of your lineups. Call it a day.
Agreed.
Michael Brennan has a 24th in his debut around Augusta, which I think his golf game is perfect for Augusta. Nukes it off the tee.
I will say that is impressive too, by the way.
Debut 24th.
Yeah.
And this is in his first year on the PGA Tour as well. He just came off the Americas Tour, not so long ago. So he's got talent, got the distance to cover, all of that stuff. Denny McCarthy, round last year, bucket one. He checks that. Got a couple top tens in some majors and things. Like $6,500. Why not? This is my reservation with Nikolai Højgaard.
Yeah, let's hear it, because
Well, you can see it.
Yeah, I see it.
There's no colors. There's no top tens for him in majors. Is he going to be early? Great course fit. Like if you take a look at Nikolai, there's Rasmus, Nikolai, top 20 in strokes gained from 100 to 150, top 10 in strokes gained from 200 plus from the fairway. Out of the rough, he's ass cheeks, which is half the time, basically, maybe even more for him. But when he is in the fairway, he's going to be dialing it in, like absolutely. So got enough distance off the tee to really be a good wedge player and a good long iron player. Needs to be on the short grass, though, for Nikolai Højgaard. Again, terrible pedigree in majors, but he's $6,500. Like, are you okay being early on him versus Akshay, which is what, like all the way up here,
right?
$1,100 more than him.
Yeah, I like Nikolai with I always look at building lineups with Scotty Scheffler, and this just feels really good to put.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We've spoken about Ryan Gerard. We can sprinkle in a little bit there already. Rio Hatsune, he checks 200 plus and strokes gained from 150 and in out the rough. So he checks those two key boxes, and he's got an 18th and a 37th in his last three majors. So 2 miscuts and 2 top 40s. I'll take it at $6,400. This isn't a big enough track record to deter me from him. It's his 5th major. What's he gonna do? We'll see.
Yeah, I want
Michael Kim. Hasatsune's got a top 20. Michael Kim does not have a top 20 in a major.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Michael Kim's recent finishes miscut in the last 2 majors. Hasn't finished better than 50th in the last 4, and then 27th at the Masters last year. So,
oh boy,
nerves, man. Majors only come around 4 times a year.
Mm-hmm. I would never have thought that.
Yeah. Pearson Coody has got a 2021 US Open as a miscut for him. That's it. First PGA Championship. I love how he can drive the golf ball. I'll take a gamble on that at $6,300.
Sure.
He likely sucks, but he's cheap. Aldrich, we've spoken about. Whatever. Sprinkle.
Sprinkle.
Christopher Wrighton. Look at these last 2 majors, 30th and 41st in his 2 majors. He hasn't missed a cut in a major yet. Why? We just saw him drive the piss out of the golf ball today, down the middle of the green mile. On 18, he hit a perfect drive, which could have easily cost him if he hit in the water. He didn't. So I like what's going on. Do we like the fact that he just won? I don't know. It's not like the first time he's won on the PGA Tour ever, and he didn't seem that excited about it anyway.
Right. It was just like, ho hum, move on.
Yeah. So he was probably thinking about this week. So I'm happy about that. JT Post and Thomas Dietrich are 2 guys that have a 4th place and a 5th place in majors, and they happened in the last 2 years.
How do you feel about Dietrich?
I think I fancy him at longer golf courses. But again, he's only missed 2 major cuts in the last little while. We'll ignore 2021. Let's go from 2022. He's 34th, 40th, 13th, 4th, 14th. 2025 was live, no top 20s. Shocker. Isn't that so funny how these guys just fall off the moment they leave? It's
if you're looking for, I hate the disingenuous nature of these live golfers whenever they're asked questions. I hate it. It just but now you got data that backs up you guys aren't as good as you once were, and it's all when you went to live.
And Dietrich was literally on a microphone within the last 72 hours saying, I wasn't a fan of how the communication came through to us. There wasn't much communication at all, really. Like sounding like Forrest Gump over there. But like
For what?
for Liv basically shutting down on these guys after Thomas went this year. Like he's how they handling all of this. But I don't want to be burning our minutes talking about Thomas.
Okay.
JT Poston has a top 5 in the PGA Championship last year. That's basically his only thing he's ever done well in a major. So Quail Hollow, kind of a hollowed ground for him. I don't think I'm going to be going to him this week.
Okay.
Johnny Vegas, top 5 at the PGA at Quail Hollow. Makes perfect sense. Great course fit. Don't think I'm going to him at a Wedge Fest. Joe Highsmith, 8th place finish at Quail Hollow as well. That's his only made cut.
Yeah.
That
was actually kind of impressive, honestly, because I never would have thought he would have really amounted to anything in the majors.
No, but he's got something going on there. Stuart Sinks missed the last 2 Open Championships. 2023, he finished 23rd at the Open Championship. So, I mean, at a course like this, it kind of reminds me of Harbour Town in a weird way. I kind of like the venue for Stuart Sink at $5,700. I think he could be one of the old guys that kind of maybe shows up, but he's a very bad putter. Yeah. I think the short game could nuke him. Yeah, I think this course is probably going to kick his teeth in a smidgen. Who knows? Matt Wallace. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I never mind. Go on, because I'm going to take up minutes just telling a joke.
Yeah, no jokes now. This is a serious show. Matt Wallace hasn't missed a cut in a PGA Championship, friends. Matt Wallace missed the 2023 Open Championship cut and the 2021 US Open cut. So since COVID, he's only missed 2 cuts in majors. I mean, at $5,600, don't you think that's a very good option floor-wise? Like we just saw the ball striking. If you're looking from like lightning in a bottle situation, Matt Wallace was 3rd in strokes gained ball striking at Quail Hollow. Mm-hmm. Long iron festivities there. We just went through his approach numbers earlier. They weren't the greatest, but maybe it's and the course history, the major history is very good for Matt Wallace, given what you're paying for,
Yeah, you actually just reminded me. I got to wait till tomorrow when I update the strokes gain stats to see if he follows the trends I'm looking for. Yeah.
And change his name to Matthew.
That's the other Matt McCarty.
Yeah. Matt Wallace knows his thing. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Thank
he
you,
does.
Matt, for doing that.
He knows his thing.
Lucas Glover, I kind of just dig the course fit. He's also, whatever. Doesn't have I'm kind of just going to skip over anyone that doesn't have a color to their name. Haotong Lee does have a color to his name. The 2025 US Open finished 5th. Hung in there. If Haotong Lee gets to the top of the leaderboard, you can kind of expect him to kind of stick around. He tends to, when he finds his form, he plays the form out that week. 2020 PGA Championship, he went to the range for a million hours afterwards.
You know what?
Funny.
What's
it was his only major of the year.
Yeah. Is his victory on the DP World Tour and how he reacted. That shit is, oh my God. I do not want to see that on the PGA Tour.
You don't?
No, I don't. I thought that was just a pathetic winner looking like a complete nerd. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
I thought it showed like him being very human. He's the most relatable guy, I think, on the PGA Tour.
Sure. But as a competitor, I'd slap you across the face.
Facts. Chris Kirk, not doing anything really lately. He's kind of fallen off a cliff in the last little while after winning the Century in Hawaii. Brian Campbell, I'm going to fuck around and find out with.
Okay.
At $5,500, because if I just go over to putting on bent grass greens, there he is, little sandwich action, second in the. If at $5,500, what's the easiest way to gain strokes? Making 1 million putts.
Yeah.
On bent grass greens, which Brian Campbell can absolutely do. And it's not like he's like scared of playing golf in majors. The man has got a 24th place finish at the Masters this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'll take it. He's won 2 PGA Tour events. Like when he gets in the moment, he handles it well. He just needs his mental game is always there. It seems the golf game is like, who knows when it's going to show up. But when it does, he plays well, like it's weird. And I like him on bent greens. Billy Horschel finished second at the Open Championship, so that makes him a valid option to win a major, in my opinion, based off what we've seen. But 2024 seemed like a good year for Billy. He only got to play in one major in 2025, so tough scenes for Billy Horschel. But again, I like the course fit for him at this golf course, and has got in his last couple majors an eighth and a second in his last 4 majors. So, he's comfortable competing in the big events as well.
Agreed.
Jordan Smith has a 20th and a 39th. It is what it is. Not too worried about that. Yes, Casey Jarvis, who missed the cut at the Masters, missed cut at the US Open in 2024. He's young. I'm still curious to see what he gets up to. We'll see. And then Patrick Harrington, his box comes all the way in 2021. He's old as fuck now, so we'll leave that alone. Still hits the golf ball probably further than both of us. I don't know.
Probably.
There we go. We did it, Darbo.
Yeah.
3 minutes to spare. So thoughts. I just kind of like bobsledded us through that, but I wanted to do this. I wanted to like just put a nice we just went through the recent form and course fit stuff with you, and then I just wanted like kind of who's got the major pedigree to like support that. So
yeah,
what stuck out to you there?
I actually liked our dual approach there, where like I'm kind of going through the trends as to the top 5s we're looking for based off of the 2018 BMW Championship that was played at this golf course. One thing as you were talking, I was kind of trying to build a lineup with Scotty Scheffler to go with some of these like 6K golfers that would make sense. So Wright and Smalley, and I like Siwoo in this lineup. There's $7,900 left. I was looking for more 5K golfers, and like I forgot that I have the ability to actually filter out some of the approach and the off the tee stats. We're looking for a total of 0.4 between off the tee and approach. So I was just looking for the best golfers down here in the 6 and 5K range that also have like a top 10 finish in the last 7 weeks. And it's difficult. It actually might not be worth going down into the 5K range, because like you would think Matt Wallace fits that. And again, we'll see how the stats get updated after the Truist Championship once I get that data in there. But I'm kind of feeling like it's not going to get updated enough where he's going to follow one of the trends that I'm, for ball striking that I want. Johnny Kiefer's stats also don't trend despite having a 3rd place finish. So again, like I'm getting super narrow trying to find these little stat gems, or if you want to call them that. And there's just nobody in the 5K range. Like Bud Cauley, 7th place finish. I like that. I went in his ball striking's at like 2.2. Yeah. It's at 0.2. Yeah. And I'm looking for 0.4 or greater. So like he doesn't fit. Hoey has the best ball striking stats out of these guys down here, but he doesn't have a top 10 finish whatsoever. So, and then that's also me asking you questions about how are these guys' wedge games and stuff like that. So the payoff to our long podcast here is to try to find maybe the best lineup to build, and in all reality, I do not have to start this lineup with Scotty Scheffler, but I just wanted to put it in and take a look to see. But if I don't, I mean, we've got a 7, 2 6s. I could probably get rid of one of these 6s and just focus on 7s. But I wanted to put, Scheffler in there just to see what would be the best lineup that follows everything that you and I were talking about tonight. And I wanted to do this sooner so I could then we could go build an anti-Scheffler lineup to see which one would be the best. But even something like this, you know, I was kind of like, the first thought came to mind was maybe Adam Scott. Actually, I'm going to let you pick the next two golfers. Ideally, I would say want to find someone less than the 79.5, you know, like somewhere maybe down here. Like Noren was kind of a thought that I had. Is there any
Nikolai?
Nikolai?
No, but we got to go with what we know is major pedigree. Let's go back up again because we got some 7K room over here.
Yep.
I think from just a major pedigree perspective, dude, I understand that English doesn't grade out the greatest, but like when you get forced to actually click some names, H just finished fourth at the RBC Heritage, you know, so he's got that top 5 coming in. I understand that the ball striking isn't great, but he's a very good short game guy. And majors is his thing.
With Henley.
Oh, Jesus, yes.
So we would have like a 13.8, 7.766, which, you know, if we did the price conversions, I imagine this will look slightly different. Not that that's that big of a deal, you know. So Scotty, we had Henley, who's in the 8K range. Yep. Siwoo is going to be down here. Who else did we put in this lineup?
3 6s, did we?
English 72, and then it was 62, 61.
Yeah.
So 72 English. So we basically went 10, 8, 7, 7, 6, 6. Because our guys are right here.
We've seen a lot of 10-8s on those.
Yep.
You know, things, but I don't know if those 10s include a 13. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, I did cover this in the kind of the DraftKings first look, and I definitely covered it in the Pass Optimal and GPP Wing Lineups video that I already put out there. A lot of times when you do a Scheffler lineup, you can grab someone in a high 8K price tag, and you normally put them with 2 7s. So this is a lineup that's very similar to what we've seen with a Scheffler-esque lineup like last year. Here, let's just take a look. So last year at the PGA Championship, since he won that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to let's look at the GPP winning lineup. So here you go. 13, 4, 96, 72, and 3 6s. We could also look at the US Open because it's very similar with Scheffler's price tag. I mean, he was 14-4. So now you get the high-end expensive, and then we also got kind of the low-end expensive of Scheffler. And
without
this one,
the 5K range,
14-4, 85, 71, and 3 6s. So, yeah none of
6s.
No 5Ks. No 5Ks.
Were there 5Ks these weeks?
Yes, there were. But I mean, let's see. Maybe the optimal lineup had a 5K in it. No. If I just get rid of that and I go,
there was. Okay.
5K
Jesus, but look at look at that. Let's find the best 5K. Like what?
23rd, Chris Gotterup.
Yeah. Okay.
12th place, Tristan Lawrence.
Jesus. And there was a 19th there. So
Kirk.
That's 4 top 20s, 5 top 20s with Victor.
Yeah.
Out of all of those guys. Jesus, dude. You know, like, remember we got what? 1.3 million permutations for Scotty Scheffler lineups.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the 6K, the 3 6Ks that we spoke about the last week.
It's a lot.
For sure. I'm so excited to just X out Scotty in that lineup we just built and just like take out Alex Smalley as well, you know, because then you can just start like nuking your lineup with really good guys instead of.
Here we go. The Open that Scotty also won last year. There's a 5K golfer, Hao Tong. 57. It was 3 6s and 1 9.
Who the hell is our 5K guy this week?
But then the GPP winning lineup had 3 6s. Yeah. Well, the Haotong at the Open.
Billy Horschel,
I want to look at Haotong's stats leading in.
Matt Wallace.
Oh my God. Here's kind of a better zoomed out look to your 5K range, like especially for like the Open. Haotong finished 4th, and you look down. The next person that's in the 5K range is John Perry, who finished 16th.
Yeah, it's just it's so hard to the Open. You know, old people can do well, and all the old people live in the 5s. So I'm not calling Haotong old, but you know,
Johnny Vegas. This is the PGA Championship last year. Johnny Vegas 55, Ben Griffin 57, Joe Highsmith 54. There's a lot of 5Ks last year that were up there.
Yeah,
Matt Wallace.
If you go back to that leading stats, you'll see Ben Griffin and Vegas probably have like really good long iron numbers coming into the week. You know, like
yeah, it's kind of positive ball striking for those guys. Vegas also, oh my God, 0.6.
You know what I'm saying? Like that was a perfect golf course for both of them at their price points.
I'm kind of okay. I'm kind of on that. I'm liking. So okay, let's go back to that lineup, and I'm actually going to do one thing before we X out Scotty. I want to see what it looks like with Burns, and I'd have $7,800 left. So like I could put like a Spawn
Day
in there or Day.
Yeah.
Or even like a Minwoo Scott. We can leave some money on the table. It's not that big of a deal. I really like Smalley, and we can kick out Smalley, but Smalley in the 6K range fits the trends. I don't know what his wedge game looks like, but he fits the trends well. It's like 0.6 ball striking.
He's so good across the board. Like Smalley's one of the few guys that 25th in strokes gained from 100 to 150 wedges, 37th from 150 to 200, 13th from 200 plus, 21st. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm going to quickly show you because it's like too good to look at this. This is so impressive. Or, you know, you can kind of ignore this really, but like this is where you're going to see a lot of golf shots from, and he's no worse. That's green regulations from the mid iron range. That's his biggest issue. That's it. So I fancy him a lot. It's whether or not he can handle like major pressure. We'll see.
So if we don't go with Scotty, where do we want to start in the 10K range?
Colin. I'm curious to see what like a Colin start does. Because I think he can win this tournament, right? Okay. And so now if you go Colin, geez, I mean, you can go either side of him with the next two picks.
Well, yeah. What does this do? 10-2. I mean, Fleetwood.
Yeah, but again, I'm out on Fleetwood. I'm not really vibing with
How
Fleetwood.
About Hovland?
Yeah, that's
Hovland. I mean, all those past major successes that he finished third or second, he actually follows. I mean, he's a little bit lower when it comes to ball striking stats than those other 3 years. It was like the 2 PGA championships and the 1 US Open. He's slightly worse when it comes to ball striking, but every other like his recent form heading into the event, his lack of top 10s heading into the event, all match up with those other tournaments that he finished second and third at. And when I say his ball striking is a little less, it's not even by that much.
30th in strokes gained wedges, 10th in strokes gained mid irons, which not going to help him that much. And then it gets ugly.
Yeah, it does get ugly.
Longer out, you know. But again, a lot more shots are going to be coming from this range for Victor than from this range, you know. So, you know, maybe this is the week. What is Victor's okay, positive. Just get Victor off of Poa. Like you want him on. I'll take him on bent. You know, ideally Bermuda's his go-to surface, but
he
bent is
from everywhere.
Yeah, so I think he'll come in potentially less than like 10% owned as well, given how crap he's been playing, kind of thing. You know.
So how about this? Look at this. I can get rid of Young and Hovland, and instead put in Fitzpatrick and Oberg. So you do the 9, 8, 9, 9, 10, and then you could go something like this.
Yeah. I mean, dude, that's 3 guys that stand a very good chance of winning this tournament, compared to just Scotty Scheffler.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, you can do whatever you want here. I said I liked Smalley, which I do, but we can come down here and pick out, some of our 6K golfers that we like.
Matt Wallace.
Put in Matt Wallace.
Yeah, 5,600, dude. I'm just curious because that just is very punty. And he's still gonna likely he makes cuts a lot. So we've got a third. Did he finish third in a major?
I'm gonna put Bobby Mack in that lineup.
Jesus, that's gross. But at the same time, this is you got to beat 117,646 other people.
Yeah,
you've got to get goofy.
Well, now that Wallace is in there with Smalley, I'm gonna cross out these guys. I'm gonna bring back Scotty.
I mean, that's already more appealing, just from a clickable standpoint.
And now I could do a 9-9. You know what? I'm gonna do this.
Oh, I mean, you know how many times Collins finished second to Scotty?
I don't. But I'm shaking my head up and down like it's got to be a lot.
A decent amount,
Well, now we can, who. I don't know. This would be popular, right? Just put 65 in there. I mean, I don't even know if there's a better choice around him.
Wrighton has potential, he's got far less major starts and has a 30th and a 41st, I think, what we saw. He's playing probably the best golf of his life now. I mean, it's been very good golf for the last 3 weeks for Chris Wrighton.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I gotta get up to 66 in order to get to a 7K. Oh, I could do that. I'm just gonna try to do this in this way. I'm gonna put Alex Noren in there.
Yeah.
And then 76, I can put in. Do you like Adam Scott? Or Bradley? Let's put in Bradley.
Yeah.
That technically, it's not a 10-9-8-7-7-6, but it's a 10-9, 2 7s and 2 6s. And that's going to be one of those lineups that work too.
I can see a world where Scotty wins, Colin finishes second, and Keegan is somewhere around the mix as well, somehow. Smalley finishes T11, Matt Wallace's finishes 17th, and Alex Noren T9s. There's your 4 top 10s with the first 3 places on the leaderboard as your 3 guys.
Okay. I don't have anything else. These lineups look they get crazy.
You can build what happens if you just start Colin and don't go into the 10s? Because I feel like you can build a mega balanced lineup.
Well, that's kind of what right?
Oh, sorry. There we go. Yeah, it's probably time to call the show, isn't it? 4 9K guys is.
That'd be jamming in another.
Henley at 8,700, right. Dude. Yeah. I can see Colin and Henley being in quite a couple of my combinations this week, and Wallace.
I think. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do something gross. Oh, I didn't mean to get rid of Smalley. I am going to get rid of your boy Colin, though.
Okay.
I want to put in certain golfers, and I just want to see how it's going to pair up. Kind of want to do something like that. I kind of want to do something like this. What does this look like? Okay. Well, that's Siwoo Kim, baby. Ooh.
Who's going to be clicking Wallace? Who's going to be clicking Bobby?
Where are those guys? So Bobby Mack is technically a 7K golfer for me, and so too then would be Sam Burns. So that's like a what? Just 10 into the sevens right away.
Yeah,
10,
but
3 sevens, and 2 sixes. That actually is a lineup that works.
But I
Go
mean,
ahead.
it's closer to like a 10, 8, 7. 10. Bobby Mack is like almost an 8.
Yeah. But how I do the whole sweet spot process.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, if you fiddled with it a different way, he's what, 7,900? He could be 8 flat, in a weird world.
Yeah. Okay. I'm getting too cute, and we could be at this for the next hour.
Fiddling.
Yeah, we are fiddling. But I just wanted to see what it would look like. I do like. I think Alex Smalley is going to be my low, like, diamond in the rough type of golfer this week. Don't know how owned he's going to be because his past performances, his most recent performances, are going to look good for people to click his name. So
yeah, he's playing good golf, man. There's no denying that. So we'll see, D. We'll see. I knew when we said we'll stick to 3 hours, it would be 4, which is fair. I think that's we went for another. Just think about it. We went for another 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Right.
For the Masters. 2 more hours.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. I'm glad we're not doing that this time around.
AJ Love.
Oh my gosh.
When he went, he flew to Ireland and back in the space of the show. So congratulations. Welcome back to the country. Thank you so much, JP Del Frio, being in the chat. It's the PGA Championship, dude. I'm pumped. I'm excited for a fun week.
Yeah, I'm excited for another major championship
on a cool course. I hope it plays harder than I'm expecting it to, just from an entertainment perspective. But if I guess it right and we've picked the right guys for this kind of a course and we make tons of money, I'm also not going to be bitching and moaning.
Same.
It will actually be nice to sit down next Sunday and just like have like $1,000 or more in my bank account in DraftKings.
Absolutely. Same here, man.
That would be a nice way to start going to the Charles Schwab or the CJ Cup.
Yeah.
So
totally agree with you, man.
Okay. Anything else, Tabo?
Nope. I would, remind everybody of giveaways that are happening, but let's
go to like 40 minutes into the show. We did some giveaways there. You'll see the screen. All righty, man.
All right.
Thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll catch you guys next Sunday.
Yep.